All right, what's good? What's good, man? Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to MH Blackwell YouTube channel. Welcome back to Fanon International Boxing YouTube channel. And if you're watching on Twitter, shout out to y'all useless people over there on Twitter. What's up to y'all good useless ass people over there on Twitter? Now I'm just joking. Shout out to Twitter. We'll wait till everybody get in the building. Let me say what's up to everybody on YouTube, and let me say what's up to everybody on YouTube, on Twitter, all the supporters of the channel. We about to fry Tim Bradley today. Tim Bradley out here just telling stories, man. Tim Bradley just made the list. All right, Tim, you made the list for me. You did the most buck dancing ass shit that I've seen in a long ass time, bro. Okay, and I'm not one to be calling people buck dancers or any of that stuff. I'm like, really don't do that a lot. But that shit Tim Bradley did on ESPN, dog, that shit ain't worth it, Tim. You ain't getting paid that much money, Tim. You know what I'm saying? You don't make that much money, Tim. Bro, you should be Kevin Hart's salary to do shit like that. They need to give you a raise. Did you get a raise with that? That's ridiculous. That was ridiculous. What's going on, Ray? What's going on all things? Mr. Gill. DH in the building. What's up, man? What's going on, Alan Sostan? This is not hate, Alan Sostan. It's not hate, it's not jealousy. This is a corporate edict. This is ESPN. This is ESPN. This is Top Rank. This is not Tim Bradley. Tim Bradley is the black face they put on some bullshit. That if a white dude said, everybody would be up in arms. But because Tim says it, I get to call him a coon instead of a racist. See, that's why I'm saying you buck dancing. Because you really are buck dancing when you are putting out lines that if a white person was saying that same shit, dude, they would get on you. But I am going to get on Mike Coppinger too. Dude, Mike Coppinger, will you take your opinion the fuck out of your articles, bro? That's why Dan Rafael, dude, I couldn't stand Dan Rafael until he left ESPN. And then Dan Rafael started giving just straight news, was like, I could pay him money. I am a member of Dan Rafael's fight game. What is it called? The fight game. I have to look at it again. Every time I see, every morning. This is what I'm telling you. I think it's the company. I think it's the company. I don't even think it's the people, but still you work there. So I don't know your bosses. So you got to take it. Fuck all that. Seriously, man. I'm sorry for cussing. Dude, this is ridiculous, man. Shit you guys are doing, man. Fight freaks. Dan Rafael, Fight Freaks, man. Everybody go subscribe and follow Dan Rafael on and I mean this, bro. Please go follow or pay for Fight Notebook. What is it called again? I'm sorry, I got to get the thing right. It is called Dan Rafael from Fight Freaks viewing browser, bro. Come on, man. You got to show me what your name. Fight Freaks Unite. Bro, you should change that name, bro, because that's a very Diddy-ish name. Fight Freaks Unite. Fight Freak. I ain't a freak, bro. Freak don't work. But anyway, aside from fight, that's why I probably forgot what the name of it was, because it's Fight Freaks, man. That's some you know who Fight Freak is? You're making me think I'm paying for Oscar De La Hoya shit. However, I will tell you that I like his writing, I like his work a lot, and I pay for it, and it's worth it. Seriously. If you are going to spend your time super chatting people on YouTube, for real, if you're going to super chat cats on YouTube, bro, you should Dan Rafael like $5 a month, $10 a month. You want really good boxing news that you don't have to ask me and you can just click and be like, oh, okay, what's going on? Oh, Figueroa Fulton, 2 amongst the ticketed for Davis Roach fight. And I can go through it. And since Dan Rafael owns it and works for himself, he fucks up, it's on him. So he's really, really clear and clean. And nobody fires him. And nobody's going to fire Dan for telling Dan. Now, they may not give him access, but they're not going to flat out fire him for not doing what they say do. Unlike ESPN, who is obviously doing the same thing that HBO did, which is being a promoter. So ESPN is in competition with Amazon, so they obviously think at ESPN that it is a smart thing to try to destroy the reputation of PBC fighters and Amazon fighters or Showtime fighters or whoever's competing with ESPN. There's no way that I'm going to just blame fucking Tim Bradley for saying the shit he said, because Tim Bradley knows that he fought several people who had moved up in weight. Tim knows this. See, Tim knows it. And Tim's smart. See, I'm not going to say anything about Tim Bradley that I think is not true. If I said Tim is stupid, I would be lying to you. Tim is not stupid. He's far from stupid. Very highly intelligent human being there. And since he's so highly educated and he is so particular and he moves so deliberately, bro, you're moving deliberately here. You're saying something deliberately to spark outrage at that young man is trying to earn a living, Tim. And you know that's not true, Tim. What you're saying, Tim. You know what you're saying. You know that it is not a disgrace that this man moved 3 people up. Matter of fact, bro, we've had weight divisions. We used to have only 8 weight divisions. Then they split them up. So for the majority of the time in boxing, Tim, a 130-pounder was a 135-pounder. And it was fair for all those centuries. All those centuries, it was okay. The only reason that you see so many people moving up today is because there's so many weight classes. Not because the fighters are better or they're daring to be great. No, weight manipulation. As in day before weigh-ins where guys can come in at 135 and blow up to 165. And you cannot be there as a guy that fought Nate Campbell and Joel Casamayor at welterweight, Negro, and you got the nerve to talk about a 130-pounder fighting another 130-pounder at 135? Are you serious? That's why, Tim, I don't even blame you. I don't even blame him. That's the role he's in. But since you decided to take the role, you are that role. And that role is buck dancing. That's the role. The role is I need you to dance on this stage, Tim. And I need you to be a big, strong buck, muscular and beating people up. That's the buck part, Tim. You're the buck. You know why you're the buck? Because you are the strong, muscular, black ball man that punched people out. Well, you actually didn't knock people out, but you know what it is. You beat people up. So now you're dancing, literally dancing, buck. That's a buck dance. And I'm not doing that shit like them cornball do, where they call people buck dancing and don't even know what the word means. Think that's because somebody says Kamala is black. That's not buck dancing. Number one, I ain't dancing. And number two, I ain't the buck. This is buck dancing. This is buck dancing. Bucks that dance. Let's put the words together, Timmy. Bucks that dance. Buck dancing. Any one of you 6'5" bulging muscular dudes doing this shit on video. All that shit, you're buck dancing. That's literally buck dancing. Don't think I'm using that in some loose phrase. I'm not saying you are a buck dancer. You're just a buck in their eyes that they want to dance. I'm not saying that's what you are. I'm just saying you're clearly a buck, a black buck, and you are clearly dancing for them. When you say people can't move up in weight, when you know full well that you fought many people, because and when I say many, I want you to understand I know I know what many means. See, I didn't say one. A would be one. I didn't say a couple. That would be two. I didn't say a few. That would be three. I said a bunch. That's four more. When I say this, Tim, and I'm saying this to you dudes, I want you to be very clear. I'm not being the ignorant Negro just out here saying and calling people names because I don't like what they got to say. No, I'm going to define the word. I'm going to show you your actions, and I'm going to tell you that that's what you're doing, son. You're buck dancing to the detriment of Gervonta Davis, a person in the same situation you are in, which means you're a what if you get paid for it? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's do the again. So you know I'm not insulting you. I'm just actually analyzing you. You don't believe what you're saying. You don't. Because you did it. And you're in the Hall of Fame. You got in the Hall of Fame on the back of fighting smaller guys. You fought bigger. Did you fight bigger guys? No, I don't think you ever did. Now that I think about it. Damn. Did you ever fight a bigger guy? Manny wasn't bigger than you. Your biggest wins were Tim Brett was Manny. Manny, same size, really smaller than you. Actually, that's another dude smaller than you beat you up. Come on, man. You're not Tank, bro. That's not cool what you do. I don't even want to walk down because it sounds like I'm attacking Tim. But honestly, I'm really not attacking Tim. I just got to say, dude, ESPN is hiring these guys. And they're doing the job ESPN is telling them to do. And it is not our job to buy it. Because I guarantee you, every argument Tim said I heard on the internet for a solid week before it made its appearance on ESPN. The same exact argument. And on my channel, I debunked that argument weeks ago in advance and told you they do it. And I did a video specifically on he should fight Edwin De Los Santos. And the same people said no. Why? Because Edwin De Los Santos is coming off of a loss. That would be Gervonta Davis cherry picking your boys' leftovers, Tim. So let me get this right. You think I'm supposed to believe you? See, I don't want to debate the topic no more because you don't believe what you're saying. And that's the new tack that I'm taking with y'all. Once you get to some shit that is so hypocritical and so easy to debunk based off facts, you're getting paid because you do get paid a lot of money by ESPN, way more than YouTube channels that do that bullshit for 1/8 of what you get paid. Buck dance. You're a human being, Tim, like everybody else. They got to work, got to leave the house. Everybody got to do something for a living, Tim. You get paid a lot of money for that buck dance you just did. A lot. A lot. I would think you're somewhere around $1 million a year for that buck dance move. Oh, that'll get a lot of people being hypocrites. But we know that about Tim Bradley because Tim Bradley has said all kind of crazy shit about Errol until the fight with Terrence got made, and then he changed his tune, and then all of a sudden Errol is a good guy. I was just kidding and all of that until the fight took place, at which point in time he went after the fight, he went back to the fact that he said Errol would destroy him. So which one was it, Tim? Was it he was going to destroy him, or was it he was not going to destroy him? Or was it that he did destroy him? Which one? Or that he was going to destroy him? Because we know he did destroy him. Like you said the first time. But when the fight actually got made and it was time to sell tickets, Tim, for your boy, All of a sudden, you were smart enough, and that's why I'm telling you you're smart. I know you're smart, son. You're not a son. You're actually like 40-something years old. So what? You are actually a man now, I guess. No, I know you're a man. I don't want to disrespect you that way. I'm just trying to think more, because 22-year-old men are men. I just want to know if you're mature enough to know what the fuck you're doing. Because a 22, 23, 24-year-old may not know what they're doing yet. No, they're full-grown men, but they don't really know what they're doing. Like, they don't really know the consequences, the full range of consequences to their action. At a certain point in time, when you become a mature man, you understand not only what the ramifications of what you do are for you, but for what the ramifications of what you do are for the people around you. Which is why you care so much about your kids, Tim. And you're willing to do so much for your kids. You know, like sell Gervonta Davis down the river for the money you need to take care of your kids. I understand that. But at a certain point in time, you got to look at yourself and you say, man, I already got millions of dollars in the bank, and God dog, there's more than one network. This guy, Gervonta Davis, is a very good fighter. I've said it many times when it was the right time to say it. But when it's not the right time to say it, I lie like a rug. Bro, outside of boxing, you're really not supposed to feint that much. Okay? See, in boxing, and I'm nowhere near the boxer that you guys are. I know I'm not. But I know you like to feint. So somebody, bro, no more feints, Tim. You don't believe a word you're saying. And because you don't believe a word of what you said on that thing, you have no credibility. You have no credibility, Tim. And I'm not going to, and let me tell you why you have no credibility. At least in my eyes, you have no credibility. You have no credibility because you know what you're saying is not true, but you're still saying it. You know full well that I can name for all day long people that fought people moving up in weight. Gervonta moved up in weight, and as a matter of fact, excuse me, you're actually asking Gervonta to move up in weight. So it's okay for the guy that's above Gervonta that has a belt to move Gervonta up to fight him. That's fine. But Gervonta having somebody move up to fight him, no, you'll never be great. Even though I've done it multiple times. Manny Pacquiao's done it multiple times. I do believe Manny Pacquiao did. Let me take Manny Pacquiao out of it because I don't remember his specifically. Canelo did it for sure. Muhammad Ali did it for sure. Tyson Fury did it for sure. They all did it because that's what you do in boxing. That's why people get to the Hall of Fame by going up multiple divisions. But the problem, Tim, that's why I'm telling you don't believe what you're saying, is that you know that's how you got in the Hall of Fame. By beating guys, regardless of if they moved up in weight or not, because of the recognition that the guy that you moved up is good. But for some reason, you guys all of a sudden think, just for Gervonta Davis, that people in the weight class right below him don't have the ability to beat him. Despite the fact that the guys at 140, you're saying Gervonta has to move up and fight him. You don't have a standard. The only thing consistent about the stuff you guys have been saying is that you don't like Tank. It's the only consistent thing. Only consistent thing has been that you don't like Tank. You can't say it's consistent about people moving up in weight, bro. You did it yourself. You praising Terrence Crawford for doing it. People were not supposed to fight Terrence Crawford. What weight was Amir Khan when he fought Terrence Crawford? Ain't Amir Khan 130, 135 pounder? He had never even won a fight at 147. You were perfectly happy with that, Tim, as long as it was on ESPN. Terrence Crawford started at 140 and moved down to 135 to fight Ricky Burns. That was okay with you, Tim. Yes, he did. Terrence Crawford started his career at 140. Then he moved to 135. He took a fight at 140 against Breidis Prescott. He beat Breidis Prescott. And then he went back down to 135 and got a shot. But he began his career at 140, which is why he's so strong at 140 and 147 and why he wasn't getting knockouts at 135. This is how boxing is done. So I don't know why you guys want to pick it, literally pick it how you want to blame Tank for following the rules of boxing. You want to blame Tank for fighting in a weight class. Dude, if people weren't supposed to fight in one weight class, why would you have weight classes? We might as well just jump to the end of it and turn everybody into heavyweight so none of you little dudes will ever get a belt. If you held Gervonta to that standard, what happens when Gervonta goes up to 140 and beats everybody in 140? I guess he's got to go to 147 then, right? And when he beats everybody at 147, what does he have to do? Oh, he's got to go to 154. Oh, because, legacy. You can't fight in that weight class anymore because you cleared it out. You got to go up. Now, so that's going to lead him all the way to heavyweight before you're happy, Tim. He's already in his third division. But his fourth and fifth and sixth are going to be mandatory to you, Tim. How many weight classes did you go up, Tim? Remind me. Two. You fought, and that's a hell of an accomplishment. It got you in the Hall of Fame, Tim. Deservedly got you in the Hall of Fame, Tim. Championships in 2 divisions. Why should Gervonta Davis have to fight in 4 of them when you fought in 2 of them? And you moved up 5 people. You fought 5 people that had moved up. And he fought 3. And all of his came from somebody that started 1 division below him. Not somebody like Nate Campbell, who was at 130 that you fought at 147, because that is what? 130, 135, 140, and 147. That's 4 weight classes up that you fought the guy. If you were not that much bigger than Joel Casamayor, brother, you're not beating Joel Casamayor. I'm sorry to break it to you, Tim. You can't punch. So, you can punch. Like, you can hurt me. I don't want to be too disrespectful. I don't want to be disrespectful. You can punch. You know what I mean? Like, you can hit me, and I'll probably drop. I'll probably wake up the next morning. You know why? Because all kind of people can walk in the street and knock people out like that. I see it all over the time. I've knocked people out like that. And I know I can't punch as hard as you do. So you can knock people out. I don't want to say not that you can't. However, you only went to 2 weight classes. And you fought a guy that started off 4 weight classes below your last one. And Joel Casamayor is a better fighter than you. And honestly, Nate Campbell's probably a better fighter than you too. He's right there with you. He's definitely right there with you, Tim. Joel Casamayor is definitely right there with you. But they didn't have Bob Arum, did they, Tim? They didn't have Bob Arum having in-house fights, Tim. Didn't you blame him for in-house fights? Tim, how many in-house fights did you have? I think the better question would be, how many of your fights weren't in-house fights? How many times did Tim fight when it wasn't Bob Arum? Didn't have both guys? I know Manny Pacquiao, both guys. Jesse Vargas, I believe it might as well have been because he wasn't really signed with nobody in-house. Where's the big PBC fighter Tim Bradley beat? Devin Alexander is the only PBC fighter that I remember Tim Bradley fighting. Devin Alexander, who was on drugs. When you fought him. Because, dog, Much praise and respect to Devin Alexander for coming out and talking about what was going on in his life. Bro had drug problems. You beat him at 140. That was the best win of his career, really, since people don't give him credit really for beating Manny, even though I give him full credit for giving him Manny. But watch how bad Tim is. Look how Tim embarrassed me. I'm out here making an argument that, man, Tim could have won that fight. Tim out here talking about, I'm so sorry that I won that fight. Oh, everybody, please like me. I'm so sorry. I got the money. I'm so sorry. I'll run it back. I promise I'll lose. I promise I'll lose the second time. I'm sure I'll lose. Not because you're not a smart guy, but because you know you got to take care of your wife and your kids and your family. And you got to make this money. So you got to do what you got to do, bro. Like everybody else, man. Like everybody else. But everybody else includes Tank, bro. So you shouldn't be doing this to Tank, Tim. I'm telling you, it's going to backfire. I'm not going to say it's going to backfire on you. However, I will say that karma's a bitch. And I don't really think the universe cares whether you're doing it at work or whether you're doing it at home. If you're doing things, if you're throwing things into the universe that you know are not true for money, guess what? Some of those things may turn into the truth and hit you in the chin. When you throw it out in the universe, when you throw out a lie into the universe, people accept it as truth. So in their mind, it is true, but it's not true. So who should it come back to? It'll come back to you. It can come back to you and the lack of respect they'll have for you if they find out you lied to them. That's a direct causation. Or your hypocrisy is eventually going to show up and somebody's going to know that you said one thing and did something else. And it's when it's your time to get the consideration, they're going to be like, man, Tim don't care if I fuck him over. He fucks over. Hey, Tim fucks over everybody. If I fuck Tim over, no worries. He'll understand because he does that with Gervonta every day. So that he must think that's right. So what am I? Hey, man, something must be wrong with me if I think doing this would be doing Tim wrong. Since Tim does that himself, man, maybe it's just part of the game. Chalk it up to the game. Hey, man, I'll hate the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game. So let me go out there and start lying on Tim. At the first opportunity I get to talk to an executive at ESPN about who we need to fire when we have these budget cuts. And it's the buck dancer, or the guy that did the buck dances, which, by the way, is highly expendable because we can always get a new buck to dance. Always. You better believe it. Keyshawn Davis is going to be retired in a couple years. We are currently now evaluating him for his dancing abilities. If he don't look like he can dance right, we're not going to put him on our stage with the microphone. That's why you're with the microphone in the infinitely more, I'm going to say this, infinitely more intelligent, or no, not infinitely more intelligent, equally intelligent, but yet infinitely more wise about his own personal integrity. That's why Andre Ward ain't working there. And you are. When them budget cuts got tight, one of you Negroes had to go. And they want to know who got the best dance steps. But we know who got the best dance step. It's Tim. Tim puts the helmet on. He'll put a helmet on. If you ask Tim to eat a banana right there on TV, he'll eat the banana. If we needed to, let me just say, let's just say that wedding dresses are usually in white. If offered the right dough. But what is Dre doing? That's why I like Dre. Dre is over there with all that smoke. giving a platform to fighters that he knows, that he likes, who he wants to have be spoken well of. He's defending Terrence Crawford from the criticism that fans have. He's defending Shakur Stevenson from the criticisms that people like me have. Right? What are you doing, Tim? You are repeating the stuff that's used to attack these fighters. Like, oh, they're moving up in weight. Do you not realize that you guys praised Sergey Kovalev for moving Andre Ward up in weight to fight him? You were going to give Sergey Kovalev #1 pound for pound for fighting a guy from the weight class below. Weren't you, Tim? Sergey Kovalev would have been the #1 person pound for pound if he beat Andre Ward the first fight. But he lost. So what did you guys do? You act like the fight didn't happen. Nobody became #1 because you guys thought you had it in the bag after the 4th round. You called for the decision to be overturned, for judges to be suspended, for investigations, all around somebody that got beat by a guy that moved up in weight. But Gervonta cannot move Lamont Roach up in weight. After Lomachenko says no, and everybody on your network, by the way, Tim Bradley said no. You know why? Because that fight wouldn't have been on ESPN. Why is Mike Coppinger like, oh, he's contemplating retirement? You know why? Because Mike Coppinger wants him to retire. That's my opinion. Mike Coppinger, let me get on you for a second. You all want Lomachenko to retire. That's why you use the word contemplating. He's thinking about it. Well, let me tell you something, man. How would Mike Coppinger know if Lomachenko was contemplating retirement? Very simple answer. You have to ask somebody. And how would that person know? They would know because they asked Lomachenko. So then you have to put yourself and say, well, why would somebody ask Lomachenko if he's retiring? He didn't say he was retiring. Egas Klimas didn't say he was retiring. He just said, hey, man, I'm not fighting for the rest of the year. And I'm not going to talk about nothing until the top of the year. I'm spending the holidays with my family. I'm rich, bitch. I don't got to jump. So that's all Loma said. But you are asking him about his retirement. He's contemplating retirement. That's because, y'all, let me tell you why somebody would report that. Now let's ask why Mike Coppinger would report that he is trying to retire. So you guys can say that there is nobody else to fight Gervonta Davis. Not, hey, man, we're waiting for the Lomachenko fight. So, Mike, with your devious ass, what you do is you pour water on the Lomachenko fight with pure, unadulterated speculation because you said he was contemplating it. You know full well, because you do it all the time, Mike, that people are going to interpret that as he is retiring because you put that bug in their ear. So now that he is retiring, your argument that you be making, Mike, because don't tell me y'all ain't on these YouTube channels typing shit, because you got the same pattern, bum. I know you dudes are in my comment section leaving the comments because you're literally saying the same thing on ESPN. You guys are doing your job very well for people that really want the big wigs to fail, right? You know, ESPN Well, I'm going to talk to y'all in a second, but ESPN wants Amazon to fail in boxing. So since they have to cover sports, they have to talk about it. Because, ESPN is a sports network. So they have to make a comment about every sporting event that takes place. So ESPN decides, instead of reporting this in a way that helps boxers that aren't on our network, we're going to make lists and do all this stuff that only sell the fighters that fight on our network. That's what I do. Because why do I care about showing my competition's highlight? I have to, actually, they have to. They have to show the highlights because that's ESPN. But why would Top Rank in the boxing organization ever want to speak well about their competition while their competition is actually being featured on the network that they fight on? Because you better believe it. Gervonta Davis is going to be on ESPN no matter what. The only question is, what are they going to say about him? So all your negativity about Gervonta really just proves how big he is. Because if he was a little dude, you wouldn't say nothing about him. But since he's a big dude, you have to say something about everything that he does because you'll work for ESPN. Because that's your job, to talk about all things boxing. So you have to talk about him. But what do you have? You have a conflict of interest, don't you, Tim? Because while you have to talk about all things boxing, you also have to do your other job, which is to sell the ESPN fighters and your producers having the ratings. So you have to say something about people you don't like, your competitors. And I'm not saying you dislike them. I say you don't like them. Like you don't care about them. You can be neutral and still not to like. I really, 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 really am precise with my languages when I need to be. Sometimes I'll be loose, but I'm not going to be loose in that instance. So, Tim, you are a hypocrite that works in a job where you have a monstrous conflict of interest that you do not want to acknowledge. You would rather buck dance and act like it's not there. I had to scorch him for about a half hour because I wanted to do a video on this. I know you're doing your job, Tim. But I know what your job is. I know what your metrics are. I can go all the way to what they pay you for. Also, while they'll keep you there, you have to be very interesting, Tim. And you have to drive a lot of conversations in social media. Don't you, Tim? That's why you're out there on YouTube channels talking. That's why you make your pro box appearances. That's why you make these other appearances. That's why you say this stupid shit. So that people will keep talking about you. And if they keep talking about you, that's engagement, good or bad. It's a metric that allows you to keep your job, Tim. So you actually get paid both ways. If you buck dance hard enough, you'll get the black people to yell at you and have your bosses be happy with you. But you really got to overdo it. You got to overdo it. You got to sell it. You know why? Because if you don't buck your eyes, then the black people won't watch it because they won't really be mad. They'll be bored. And they won't say, I hate Tim, I hate Tim. And you can't be controversial. And if you're not controversial, then you are not trend-setting, you are not influential, you are not driving the discussion. And therefore, your ass is going to get fired, buck. Go dance somewhere else. Because not only do you got to dance, you got to have people that buy to dance. So I know full well you said that shit about Gervonta to clout chase the shit out of him so that other people can focus on you. And the people next to you don't have to say it. And the bosses can all say, good, Tim. Here's your $1 million. And you can do this. You can swallow it. And that sting in your fucking stomach when you know what I say is right that you got right now, if you didn't already turn it off, or you absolutely refuse to watch what you shouldn't, that gut-wrenching truth that is hitting your ass.
It's all worth it because you got them kids and wife to pay for. And you got that house to keep. And you got them friends to go have them drinks with. And you get to eat them steaks, bro. Let's talk about them steaks, Tim. Oh, Tim, I know about them steaks, Tim. Oh, Tim, I know about them steaks. How you said it, man. You like, man, and I get to whenever I want to. That's what this Negro said. Like everybody can't do this shit. Everybody can do this. Man, when I want to, I can go buy a steak. On a Monday night, I can go buy a steak. Man, that's what this dude said. The best steak. Marbled up. That's what I worked hard for. Bro, if you worked hard for it to eat a steak, that's why your neck's so fucking big. Right now. You need to stop eating them goddamn steaks. Literally and figuratively. Because guess what a steak, the best steak should cost you? Nothing. I can go get, because I can cook, I can go get myself a $30 steak. And in about a week, you better believe that shit's going to taste like it's $250. And I don't need nobody else to cook my food for me, Tim. I could buy the $300 steak, but that's stupid. You're only doing that so you can stand in a bunch of room with a bunch of other people and they can all see you eat that steak. See, we know why you want to eat the steak, Tim. It's not because of the steak. It's because everybody gets to see you eating the steak. It's because everybody knows you can afford the steak. Because when you afford the steak, you cut it and your watch shows. Ooh, that's a $400,000 watch. And he's eating a $500 steak. Oh, he sure must mean a lot. Oh, he must be impressive. Bro, everybody knows about the rat race, bro. What you're doing, though, is you're shitting on a kid that's shining. They're not going to let you do that to Beterbiev, man. They're not going to let you do that to Bivol. They may let you do it to Canelo. Anyway, bro, I just want to let you know, because I hope you hear this. Bro, I was your biggest fan, man. That's why I know you. That's why I know what you do, because I watched everything you did. I did. I like you. I was like, yeah, this dude can fight. He's from New Mexico? Oh, okay. You don't really know. You're from New Mexico or some shit. So I'm like, you know how that is. New Mexico Negroes is kind of like, they're in the middle of the desert. Arizona, they not, it's different. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's a little bit different. But Tim's a good dude. He got a good father. He's a good man. And everybody got to have a role in the world. Some people got to put people in jail. Some people got to put innocent people. they ain't asking them whether or not they think they did it when they say, hey, man, you got to pull that switch. This is it. You know what I mean? People go to war. People ain't, man, hey, you in the middle of Afghanistan, brother, what you going to do with this thing? Oh, I'm going to take care of myself with that thing. That's what I thought. So you're out here in the boxing world like every real man. They got a job. They got kids that is getting older, knowing they got to retire, knowing there's a period of time, bro, where, shit, I'm 50. I'm going to be 70. Man, I'm 55. I'm going to be 75 in 20 years. I got to get my money right, man, because I don't know what I'm going to be with you know what I'm saying? Because, man, that's what it is. And you got to keep doing. You got to grab. Everybody got that. But you got to do something, Timmy, because you're a young man. You're a young man, bro. What, 45? I'm 10 years older. I'll play the OG. What you got to do, Tim? You got to stack that dough. You got to decrease that cost of living. You got to get rid of the feeling that you have to impress people by eating steaks and wearing fancy watches and suits or cars. You will be hugely wealthy if you could live off $60,000 a year with all the other things that you have, be happy with it, and never have to sell out your soul because you're paying stress. You have stress right now. You got stress right now. That's why you're so big. That's why you keep eating. Trust me, from a former fat man. You eat because you think consuming will solve your problems. Because we're taught that as people in the United States. If you got a problem, consume something. If you got a problem, eat something. If you got a problem, drink something. Instead of real understanding, what we do is we deal with our cope by they keep giving us stuff to buy to deal with our coping, to cope with our trauma. So we're going to sell you something to cope with your trauma. Whether you think you're poor, don't worry. We can give you a nice fancy shirt that says Balenciaga on it. Throw that shit up in there. You'll think you're rich. Everybody will treat you like you're rich. Just go out and walk out in that. That's why black people always wear all that shiny shit. Because you think, hey, man, I'm never going to really get it. So I got to show it so people can see it with me. So really the shirt is wearing them. They're not wearing the shirt. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what is it? They're wearing the shirt. How does that work? You're wearing the shirt. Or is the shirt wearing you? Right? See, I'm what makes whatever the one is that I make my clothes look good. My clothes don't make me look good. See, me, I make myself look good. Not my camera, not my mic, not my goofy ass jokes. Anyway, man, we'll get into the discussion now. I had to scorch you, boy. Not boy, I like you, man. I do. I like you, bro. Hey, don't worry, man. I listened to y'all say that stuff. I had to cook for a minute, though. Till like 500 people got in the building. You got this clown on the grill? Hell yeah, of course I do. Of course I got him on the grill. Contrella Grew, yes, whatever you want me to talk about, tell me about it, and I will. Rules for thee, not me, and everybody else. Exactly. See, but you got to understand what Tim is going through. That's why I say that, and let me read the super chat. I'm going to read the super chats, but I'm telling you, empathy is magic. Empathy is magical. Tim is a human being that is doing what he's told. So you can look at the people that are telling him what to do, and you can look at why he, in particular, has decided to do it. When he doesn't really have to do it, he can get out and walk away and go start a YouTube channel. And see if you can get 130,000 subscribers and have cats drop super chats to you 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. For 1/9 what you get paid right now for buck dancing. No, you'll be kicking them heels up for the rest of your career, Tim. I know. Trust me, I know. You got to understand how many of y'all I could have put in jail. For me, I understand. Tim, let me talk to you, Tim. I understand you, Tim. See, because me, I'm really good at arguing. And I was really good in front of judges. I mean, prodigious. When I was in law, when I was working for when the times that I decided that I was going to work for the city and I was going to actually defend the state, I did an excellent job. And I said, you know what, man, I know I won this shit because I beat it was a 30-year attorney I beat. And I was still in my I was still in my second year of law school. Smashed his ass. And he knew it. And he was shook. And I was like, no worries. And they offered me a job on the spot. Bro, I got offered jobs on the spot as a prosecutor. On the spot. Pull me in the office. Hey, we're hiring this guy. And I was like, no, you're not. Because guess what? I'm not putting these people in jail for you fuckers. Get me the fuck out of here. That's exactly what I did to the city of Chicago. I was like, man, no, I'm not working for you. I know what that lady did. That lady broke her ankle because y'all didn't want to pay no bills. And now I got her with nothing looking bad. Ooh, Devin's in trouble. Devin's in trouble. You better drop that suit. You better drop that suit, Dev. Dev, you better drop that. No. That lawyer better drop that suit, Dev. That lawyer, I don't even believe you, bro. I think you're going to pull that case, bro. I think, how many days, Dev, before you withdraw that? How long will your attorney be willing to play turkey, to play chicken? Devin, Bill. How long are your attorneys willing to pay chicken? Because your attorney's playing a, you must be paying your attorney a pretty penny to get him to play a game of chicken with a judge. I think that shit's a game of chicken. And guess what? That lawyer is gonna pull out. I mean, based off what happened with that Donald Trump case in the appellate court, the judge that let it slide got in trouble, and those attorneys, dude, may never. Do you realize that the attorneys for the state that prosecuted Donald Trump may lose their law licenses for prosecuting them? And they deserve to. And they deserve to. And I don't like Donald Trump for nothing. But I'm telling you, bro, it's all this stuff, it's on both sides. That's why you got to judge what a person does and not look at the labels that are meant there to mislead you. What I'm saying about those prosecutors being in trouble and Devin's lawyer could possibly be in trouble is because of what we talked about with Rule 11B sanctions. And now I saw it actually play out with Trump because the government didn't care because you know what? They're government. So as long as they don't actually disbar them, they'll move on and they'll do other cases. But they really pushed it with Trump on that fraud case. Because when I read it originally, I was like, there's no fraud here. How is that possibly fraud? And then once it got to it, they convicted him. But just like Bill Cosby, on appeal, it got thrown. So the only question is, what kind of chicken game is being played here? Anyway, I digress. Let me read some super chats. I'll put a link in the chat, and then y'all can rap with me. Fried Tim Bradley, my guy, keeping it real. Yeah, today I have to, bro. Because look, man, I'm not going to sit idly by and let you ruin Gervonta or Shakur. Not on my channel. We are going to keep this Gervonta and Shakur and Edwin. We're going to keep it clean over here. We're not letting your mud pour over here. I'm telling you. You guys, even guys that want to get on here and repeat the shit that you said, bro, you're not getting two breaths out of me. You're going to have to prove to me that you actually believe what you're going to say, what you're saying. And one thing I know is consistent among almost all of y'all is when you come up, you don't really ever have a logical argument at all, and you keep changing your argument to different arguments, which tells me you never had an argument to begin with. And since you never had an argument to begin with, you were just doing what that guy did that said the coincidentalist. All you're doing is stating a bunch of lies, and you just want it out there so people can choose between the lie and the truth. That's what you're really trying to do. You're really just trying to put that stuff in front of people so that they have to choose between the truth and the lie. See, you know you're lying. I know you're lying, but there are people out there that don't know whether you're lying. So when you get on and you just say it, shit, you may catch 30% of the people with that lie. I mean, what's the chances that I'm going to be able to prove him wrong to 100% of the people here? It's very slim. That 100%, 95 of them, 95 out of 100, yeah. Definitely, 95 out of 100, yeah, are not going to believe that horse shit. But 5 are going to believe it. And those 5 are all going to talk to what? About 50 other people each. So you will have spread more information to people through those 5 people that believed you. Then I would be able to stop with the 95% that didn't believe you. Because bad news spreads, lies spread. Good news just sits right there like a rock. So you're just going to have to wait over time for the truth to come out. But don't worry. Logic works with that because you just wait. That's why I just waited on Devin. That's why I waited on Bill. That's why I waited on all y'all. I knew I was playing a long game. You guys keep saying this shit. This shit's stupid. And so therefore, in about a year or two, it's going to play out this way. It may take 3. It may take 4. But if I sit here patiently and just stand on it, trust me, you're going to go away because you're not real. Your logic is never going to move anybody. What Tim Bradley is sharing, that doesn't stand on any solid foundation of logic, Tim. The things that you just said it doesn't. And even if you could argue Then, okay, it wasn't 5. I only did it with 4. But if you did it with 4 and he did it with 3, or you did it with 3 and he did it with 5, what's the difference? You both did it. So therefore, how can you criticize him for doing something you told him to do, that you did? Even Mike Coppinger's backhanded compliment. He said, after listen to Mike Coppinger's bitch ass. I don't like Mike Coppinger for nothing. Mike Coppinger is going to write a note. Yeah. Hey, by the way, Mike, I need for you to go on your platform and say fuck Fanon. Since you said that's how you get back at people, I want you to sabotage me, Mike. I want you to sabotage me. It won't work, Mike. Boy, you said you wanted to sabotage people. You said the thing that you like about your job is if somebody doesn't do something you want, you can make them pay for it. So you say, not even a truth. You just said Lomachenko is contemplating retirement. So Loma didn't duck him. He's just quitting because he's old. Right? That's what you did, Mike. You justified and tried to change the narrative, Mr. Slick. But fucking, I hate Mike Coppinger. Bro, I don't hate him as a human being. Yeah, I do. Like, really, I don't like Mike Coppinger, bro. Because Mike Coppinger's a smart ass. Mike Coppinger's a smart ass. And there's nobody I dislike more than smart asses. For you to be, man, I'm telling you, if this dude ever wrote a letter to me, bro, we'd probably be fighting. Because he would think he would be saying some shit that I don't get, where I don't get it. Bro, I get what you're saying. I speak snake. Let me tell you what I mean when I say I speak snake. When this man said Lomachenko is contemplating retirement, right? What does that mean? That Lomachenko will never fight again. There's a chance Lomachenko will never fight again. What does that mean? Well, that means that Gervonta Davis didn't get ducked by Lomachenko, number one. Lomachenko's just old and it was time to go. But he said contemplating retirement. He didn't say he retired, right? Why would you say contemplating retirement? Doesn't every fighter contemplate retirement? Don't we? What does that mean, contemplating retirement? That's such a fucking, you put something, you make something into that's totally made of air seem concrete because you put it in a sentence. See, that's why I'm telling you, that's why they call it, they say they hide magic in plain sight. He is putting thoughts in your mind because he knows full well what you will think based off those words without him actually doing it. And do you know why I know he does that? Because I do that. If I don't like you, what I will do is I will say something and I will put a question mark there. And I will make you buffoons jump to the roof every time. Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever seen me make people jump to the roof with a question mark. Oh, people hate it because they figured it out after a couple years. They're like, damn, Fanon uses question marks. I can't say he's clickbaiting. Exactly, because I'm not. I'm asking a question. Now, your dumb ass is going to read it as a statement and start flipping on me. And then I'm going to beat you in every debate you ever want to have about the topic. Because you've never listened to the video. I never said I believed it. I never said it wasn't true. I just knew that that's what your dumb ass would think. That's how magicians get over on people. It's called misdirection. It's magic. And it's in plain sight. If I want your dumb ass to get mad, I'll just say something in a way that'll make you mad. Without actually being held accountable to it and maintaining plausible deniability. Mike Coppinger is the bullshit ass version of plausibility. He is the king of plausible deniability. He will state something in a way where he makes you believe it's true. In the tone of it. You know why? Because it's official and it's in a newspaper. The simple fact that you're going to read it on ESPN gives it the weight of authority of the network that he's on. But he is going to manipulate and use that and say something like contemplating retirement because he can't say retiring because Lomachenko will sue his ass. He can't say retired because Lomachenko will sue his ass. So all he got to do is contemplating retirement because you're right. That's like saying allegedly. He's allegedly retiring. Change the word, Mike, from contemplating retirement till I am implying that he's allegedly retiring. You are one step away from allegedly retiring when you say contemplating retirement. Did you major in English? I think you probably did. You must have majored in English and journalism. Bro, I know how to write, so I can't stand your ass. Because you're sneak dissing the shit out of everybody in a sentence. He's the fucking worst. So let's go through the rest of what he said. Then he says, Gervonta Davis is once again moving somebody up in weight. What is once again, Mike? 3 times in his career, 3 times out of 30 fights, somebody came up in weight and fought him. That's 3 out of 30. But you say once again. It makes it seem like you make it sound when you say once again instead of for the 3rd time or for the 2nd out of 4 fights. If you said 2nd out of 4 fights, then people would be like, or his 3rd time in 30, then people would get a sense of the scope. But when you say once again, that's implying that he's done it 100 times. It's leaving it to their imagination with your lack of specificity, Mike Coppinger. That's why you're a piece of shit. Okay? Personally, professionally, as somebody that writes very, very well myself, you better believe it, buddy, I can write my ass off. And I know what you're doing when you're writing. And what you're doing is absolutely walking to the edge of lying and stopping and letting everybody run over it with you because your lie, while you're running up to that ledge called plausible deniability, you're actually holding a banner that says ESPN and you're letting all of ESPN subscribers run right over that into something that is not true. Because you know he didn't retire. You know you're not supposed to report contemplating retirement. That's not something to report. That's not anything people really need to know that he's contemplating retirement. They just need to know whether he retired or not. Or whether or not, dude, is contemplating and considering? Dude, look how bad you are, Mike. You're a sneaky fuck. Because you said contemplating. Is contemplating and considering the same thing? I don't think it is. What's the difference between to consider and to contemplate? You know how big that is, man? That's why I don't like Mike Coppinger. Don't like you, man. And it's professional. It's not personal. I don't like Mike Coppinger. Professionally, I don't like him. I think that he has got the professional ethics of a pickpocket. I think he's got the professional ethics of a pickpocket. Let me read these super chats. Like I said, I could cook for a minute today. Shamir, and I'll debate any y'all on those things. Just so you know, I haven't talked to anybody today. Fridays is usually a slow day. I'll debate. When I put this link in here, feel free to debate me on any of that. Thank you, Shamir Ogden. Thank you so much, bro. He said, I got you, Shamir. Thank you. And my guy said, Frying Tim and the advice you gave me on getting my channel monetized. Good stuff, bro. No worries, Mainframe. I got your back, brother. I got to provide services for the super chats. It's the only way I can survive, bro. I actually have to, you know what I decided I have to do? Do some of y'all in boxing, y'all got to stop threatening me. You can threaten me all you want because I can only die once, bro. Don't make a difference to me. However, I have decided, dog, that for real, I'm going to step on the gas on y'all. I'm going to step on the gas, bro, for real. I'm going to step on the gas. Mike, you're going to have some real harsh criticisms coming from me, kid. Now, no matter what you think of it, I'm going to act like you're here. You're going to have some real harsh criticisms coming from me. And I mean it in the middle of a video. See, because you ain't going to be in the title. But in the middle of that video, if you wrote something about it, I am going to take what you wrote and I'm going to break down every word in every sentence, and I'm going to make you look like you are the sneakiest dude on the face of the earth. If you play around, and it may not fuck with you it may never fuck with you. But you better believe every other journalist trying the same thing that you're doing that's not as big as you is going to feel the pressure. Because I'm going to show the articles and I'm going to show exactly how you mislead people and how you are the true source of misinformation. Because you are inviting people. You're inviting people and framing a world and a view of reality that you're communicating is possible, perhaps. But they're hearing that is. And you know that's what you're doing. And you are very precise with every word you use. So I have to be precise in almost to every letter of every word that you write. And honestly, at a very, very, very high level of understanding, you can look at the letters too. Because it really does show there's certain vowels and certain words that have soft sounds to them. Soft sounds implies in your mind that it's something that's good just because of the way you process the sound. See, the one beautiful thing about Noam Chomsky, I really appreciate about Noam Chomsky. If you're not familiar with Noam Chomsky, he's a very, very highly renowned public commentator and intellectual, but his main source of academic expertise comes in the area of linguistics. And what his idea of linguistics is that linguistics is natural. It's not something that human beings ever created. It is something that is just like us, in us, like birds fly, we speak. Like dogs bark and growl, we speak. Like birds tweet, we speak. And our language, no matter what we had, nobody created language. We were speaking from the beginning. And because it's natural, and human beings, if you never taught them to speak, would still speak. Because it's not something that some human being created that wants to give them credit for, because they organized the language. See, language is the organization of sounds that are created naturally. So if you want to know what kind of scumbag I think Mike Coppinger is, I'm listening to the sounds he's making. I'm telling you, I'm not just listening to the words. I'm listening to the sounds of the words, the sharpness of the words, the subtlety of the word, the emotion of the word, because that is how human beings have always communicated with each other, despite Western society wanting to claim that they invented it. No, it's natural to us because we are all related. And again, that goes back to the actual creation of human beings and what we are. You can bring all of this stuff back down to a philosophical basis. And I'm telling you, man, Mike Coppinger, fundamentally, I do not like him. That dude got some personal beliefs based off what he says about boxing. I assume his personal beliefs. That's tough stuff, man. Question. Did you hear Deion Cole's hit on Shannon Sharp? Did you see Hey, remember I said this. Deion Cole. Remember I said that. Deion Cole. Remember I said Deion Cole. Did you? Wasn't raised that. What is that? Anyway, here's a link, man. Timothy secretly in love with Tank. Why else would he hate him so much? Pathetic, because he gets paid to hate him. It's the job. They got to pay him. He's huge. He's the ops, man. Gervonta Davis is the ops, man. I mean, to them. Fanon, who would you compare Gervonta out of any boxer from any era? You already know the answer to that question, bro. I did it on Twitter. So why would you ask that question? I already told you who I would compare him to. I would compare him to To Aaron Pryor. I think you already heard the answer to that. And you're trying to get me to repeat the question or to get me off the topic of frying ESPN for what they're doing to them young black fighters, man. Dude, you're killing black fighters, Mike. Yeah, you are. Phenomenal Show said, rules for thee, Tank, not for me, everybody else. And Kamal says, surprise. Black Krillin, a.k.a. Tim Bradley, hating on PBC fighter again. He's the definition of a company man. He canceled Amazon, so why does he care? Oh, he said he canceled Amazon? Yeah, dude, that dude gonna wind up. Yeah, he's wild. All right, here's the links. Anyway, I did my diatribe. Yeah, Bud Jablonski, you're tripping. I'm paying $80, bro. Yeah, Bud, debate me on it. Dude, hey, how much is the cherry pick worth, Bud? Bud Jablonski. How much would you pay for that cherry pick, Bud Jablonski? I'll be interested in how you determine that. Phenomenal Show said, hey, I went back and watched some of Aaron Pryor's old fights way before my time, and you are right. Spot on. Yeah, they say he's Aaron Pryor, man. Like, he's fucking nasty. And nobody wanted to fight Aaron Pryor, bro. And it drove him to drugs. Don't nobody want to fight Tank. Dude, Tank is in his peak now, man. That's why they don't want to fight him. Because he's totally focused. He's totally focused. Who are you talking about? You're not talking about me. Who are you talking to, Westside Phil? Anyway, here's the link. I know some of y'all going to try to debate me. No, they don't. You know why they don't debate me? They don't debate me because I won't let them get that bullshit out. I won't let them set the foundation of their argument. Just so I can give you guys a little bit of a lesson here, just a little bit of a lesson in debate. You should not let people set their foundation if you can avoid it. You don't let people set a foundation. I'm just saying. I say it again. Bitch, I'm the man. What up?
Yeah, I like what you said about debates just now. Like, you know, if you can avoid it, don't let people set their foundation. But you have some exceptions, like Boxing Hacker, because he ain't got no foundation.
No. No, he's not trying to set a foundation. Yeah, so him, you're right. Because Boxing Hacker is really not trying to set a foundation. What Boxing Hacker trying to do is always insert doubt. That's the only thing. Boxing Hacker is a one-trick pony. The only thing he does in a debate is try to instill doubt in you. That's it. He doesn't have anything else.
And it worked because I doubt his intelligence. But
right. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But you're being funny, but that's what he's doing. See, anytime you talk, I'm telling you this how you should analyze people. You got to analyze what they're trying to do, not just what they do, but why are they doing it? So what Boxing Hacker is trying to do is he doesn't have any of the facts. So when you don't have any of the facts, what do? You always try to get the other person to make the first move. So when the other person makes the first move, because that's why they always say, let me ask you a question. So by asking a question, we're no longer on the premise because you no longer have to state your case. You're now asking me a question. So what they try to do is they try to say 5 or 6 different things that are not true. And then they will say, let me ask you a question. So they try to, the foundation is not true. Then they don't make an argument. They want you to respond to an argument that they had set up that are not true. That's the setting the foundation. Boxing Hacker is a little bit different because boxing Hacker can actually start on the point, but then he waits till you say something, and then he says every time, well, you can look at it 2 ways. That's his favorite thing to do. Every debate he says some version of, well, it could go either way. This could be true or this could be true. We don't really know. So actually, he's not ever even making a case. He's just trying to win a debate by saying that you can't prove something to 100% certainty. Since you can't prove your argument so solidly that he can't ask you a question that can't possibly be answered in two ways, potentially, that's why the debate goes on and 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 on with him. Because he doesn't ever have a point. He's just trying to always point out your uncertainties. These guys that are bots, like pure bots, they just want to say it. They want to say questions like this. Well, since Gervonta Davis doesn't like to fight guys bigger than him and always moves people up in weight, let me ask you a question. Do you think that he's a great? See, now the question isn't even about the facts that you asked me about. So I got to go back, clean them facts up, then get to your question, which isn't related to the point. Then I got to walk my ass back to the original point. No. Shut your ass up. Stay on point. I'm telling you, man, that's how they do this shit. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
Oh, you're good. You're good. But yeah, man, this Lomachenko stuff. Like, we got to go back through the timeline of everything, because both he and Tank started at 126 the same year, just months apart. Tank had moved up to 130 a little bit before Lomachenko.
I'll be right back, man.
All right. And that was in January of 2017 when Tank won his first title against Jose Pedraza. And later that year, Lomachenko won a title at 130. And by December of that year in 2017, that's when people started wondering whether or not a fight with Tank and Lomachenko would happen. So at that time in 2017, December, that was when people thought that Lomachenko was calling out Floyd, and that he had to clear it up and say, nah, I was talking about Tank because Floyd is hiding him from me. And the funny thing about that is Bob Arum revealed to, which one was it? ESPN, that they were already in discussions at that time, which was right after Lomachenko fought Rigondeaux, for him to fight Jorge Linares. So at the time Lomachenko is saying that Floyd is hiding Tank, they already had negotiations going on for a different fight. And doesn't that sound, pretty similar to Devin, talking about Tank when he already got another fight being worked on, or he already has another fight coming up? That was pretty interesting. And then LA Times spoke with Bob Arum the following month in January of 2018. And at that time, Bob Arum said the reason that Lomachenko was moving up is because they couldn't get unification bouts with the current WBC and WBA champions at 130. Tank was the IBF champion. They didn't mention Tank. It was because the WBC and WBA champions, they couldn't get unifications with him. So that's why Lomachenko wanted to move up. So they didn't mention Tank as not getting a fight with Tank as a reason to move up. And they already had a fight being negotiated with Jorge Linares. Yet somehow at that time they were saying that Tank was avoiding. So when you look at that point where it first started, and then you see a few months after that where they're talking about, oh, well, Mayweather was saying they want to move Tank slowly and all this and that. Well, that was not the case, because they had asked Tank about that fight. If you listen to the interviews where they asked Tank specifically, he's like, yeah, in the future, if it works out, I want that fight. I feel like I'm ready. I'm maturing as a fighter. But it didn't stop there. A little bit after that, April, was that interesting interview where they had threatened to throw Elie Seck back out the gym for asking Lomachenko about fighting Tank. And Lomachenko was saying that it's not an interesting fight. He doesn't care about the money. Tank hasn't headlined a pay-per-view yet. That it wouldn't be worth it. He would fight Tank for free or all this and that. but ultimately that it wasn't an interesting fight. They're on different networks. It's not going to work out. And then go to 2019, and all of a sudden it's switched. And Lomachenko is saying, "Oh, well, Tank's been ducking me. No, he hasn't wanted to fight." And then a few months after that, Tank has an interview with TMZ. He's like, "Nah, I want that fight, and I'm ready for it. I want to fight Lomachenko in 2020." And then again later, 2020, Lomachenko was back to saying, "No, that's not an interesting fight for me." And then now, after knocking out George Kambosos, who was 30 at the time, and claiming the IBF title, and he has a chance to fight Gervonta Davis for a unification, he says he wants to take the rest of the year off. And then fast forward to today, and they're saying he's contemplating retirement. So when I look at that, I find it incredibly hard to believe that Lomachenko ever wanted to fight. Because going back and looking at everything, nothing of it is adding up. It's like he laid the blueprint for Devin Haney to do what Devin Haney was doing, lying on fighters, talking about they don't want to fight and making all these excuses. Well, at the same time, you're doing stuff that shows that you don't even want to put yourself in position for it. And that's why I say, you look at David Benavidez and wanting to fight Canelo, but Benavidez is going and fighting all these guys. Andre Plant moved up to 175. He's about to fight Morrell. Or you look at Ryan Garcia, who actually told his promoter, "Take the back seat. Let me go directly to the guy I want to fight and work out a deal with him." Not every fighter is doing that. Whenever you hear them talking about they want to fight, they're out there on Twitter. They're out there in interviews. They're out there just talking. And then what they're doing behind the scenes ain't adding up. It's to the point where they calling out so many people and saying that so many people is ducking them that you could tell that they're full of it because they can't even keep the timeline straight. Now, who was it? Was that Schofield, Kid Austin, or Keyshawn Davis? One of them was out there talking about, "Oh, if it's a pay to duck, I'll fight you, Shakur." When they're talking about Shakur coming back in February. But then at the same time, 5 days later, jumped out and said, "Oh, Tank ducked me for Roach. But Tank is fighting in December, and you was just talking about fighting Shakur in February." The timeline won't match up for that. These fighters, man, like, if y'all pay attention to what they actually saying and doing and looking at actual interviews and not random YouTube channels or Facebook groups, like, look at the actual interviews where you can see.
Hey, man, how powerful? I got to break in here, man.
Yeah.
For real, what the fuck is this Facebook boxing shit? Like, I literally hear y'all talk about Facebook boxing, bro. I don't know shit about Facebook boxing. What the hell is? I got a Facebook page, but I don't do anything with Facebook because I don't see no reason why. Is there really a lot of people on Facebook?
Oh, bro, it's worse than Twitter with some of the stuff you see on there, man.
No. I'm talking about the amount of people, like the community.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, they got multiple groups. Like, there's multiple groups that have 100,000 members, 500,000 members. Like, they got different groups, different pages dedicated to boxing discussion. And yeah, they got hella members in all them groups, man. And they be posting a lot of the same stuff that you see on Twitter or on YouTube, and never any actual sources. Like, it's almost damn near worse than what you see on Twitter.
Bro,
that stuff be scary to look at.
Nah, I was just thinking if I went to Facebook, would it let me run up my stats artificially on YouTube?
Maybe because you could post a link to it on there.
I don't mind, dude. In case y'all didn't notice, if you out there, bro, on Facebook, I'll fuck you up on Facebook too. Like, I mean it. Like, if there's really a lot of talk going on Facebook that I need to know about, bro, link me in. I promise you. Because all them niggas know who I am. I'll fry the shit out of y'all over there on Facebook. I didn't know that you could sit over there and hide out on Facebook.
Oh yeah, they got hella people to be on there.
You can hide on Facebook?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna show up to Facebook. Where the fight at? Who the big dog?
I said I'll let you know a few pages. Yeah, but man, they be out there.
Dog, hey, and you have to type, right?
Oh yeah.
And they don't have good sitting structure, do they? Do they write any better on Facebook than they do on Twitter?
Oh no.
Are they dumber?
No. I would say they probably a little bit dumber on there because
They're
I've seen
dumber than
dumber
Twitter?
things on there. Oh yeah, oh yeah,
For real?
yeah, man, no
Hey, man,
joke.
post my videos in them groups.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Hey, can y'all post my videos in all them Facebook groups and tell them I say come get some smoke, bum asses, and I'll come get some smoke with y'all bum asses over there talking crazy. That's why y'all be thinking you know boxing because you over there on Facebook. Should I
Yeah.
have my live stream on Facebook?
Oh yeah, they got live streaming on there.
No, I ain't live streaming on Facebook. Hell no. That shit, it don't pay no money. You go broke over there.
Oh yeah, true.
Dog, let me tell you something, man. Anybody over there, dog, they out there. I don't know what they doing. I don't know what
Well,
they
I don't
doing
know
wasting
what
their time on Facebook, but I'll
I
go
don't
over
know
there
what
and
they doing
Facebook. It was
either.
worth my time. Hold on, you're fucking high. Look at this. This dude said Facebook pays way more than YouTube. Are you what? Hold on.
I know they pay, but I don't think it's more than YouTube.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Facebook. I'll be shocked.
Yeah, because you could change your
Bro,
account
if
to
they
like
paid more, let me tell you something. If they paid more money on Facebook than they did on YouTube, would nobody be on YouTube?
Yep. I know they got stuff like for your
Bro,
engagement
it's
with your
not
posts
bad.
and insights and all that.
Oh, this is the maximum. How much does Facebook Reels pay per 1,000 in 2024? If they got Reels that they pay, I'd do it.
Yeah, they got reels up there, then like posts and everything, videos, all that. Like there's like some what is it, like I guess a digital creators account or something. It's like something you can go ahead and turn on your Facebook account. Then it's like turns on like scheduling. You get like post insights and feedback, engagement and all that stuff. So like yeah, they got that out there on there.
Okay. Hell no, they don't pay as much because they say on average, though, most folks see about $4 rolling per 1,000. Yeah, it's not shabby. It's not YouTube, but it's good. 337. It's not bad. It's just way better than fucking Instagram. Man, that's way better than Instagram.
Which is funny since Facebook also owns Instagram.
Oh, that's way better than Instagram. If that's true. I don't know if it's true or not. But okay, cool. I got you. All right. I may just start loading my stuff up on Facebook, but I don't want to, I hate Facebook. For real.
Yeah, you'll hate to see what they talking about in them groups, man, because man, some of them people, whew, and I see some of the same names I be seeing on Twitter in there.
Like Here for Boxing.
Yeah,
is Here for Boxing a Facebook guy?
Maybe he might be. I don't know if I've seen his name,
like
but
he would be. Oh, Ring IQ. Oh, Ring IQ is scrub. I'll say that about Ring IQ. Ring IQ, dude. Whatever, man. I lost all respect for Ring IQ once his ass got caught commenting on his own posts because he forgot to switch him up. So just right there, I was like, no, I would never even talk to him. I talked to him a couple times, but I was like, man, I'm not fucking with this dude. This dude literally just replied to himself and didn't realize it. So,
damn.
He's not a straight shooter, bro. He's not a straight shooter. He's an intelligent guy. He's just not a straight shooter.
That's funny right there.
Yeah, it's crazy how they do it.
Man.
I'll forever remember that.
Last thing I'm gonna say, like all these people out there, man, y'all got to pay attention if you're gonna start calling people ducks, because Lomachenko, man, that Lomachenko didn't really live up the way he talked about it, because as soon as Tank's available, it's no mas unification. So yeah, man, like he ain't going out well. Maybe him and Devin should have a farewell fight together, because apart from Ryan, I don't see nothing else for Devin. They could just go ahead, have their rematch, and then both of them retire, and nobody got to worry about them again.
True that.
And then, I think that's about it.
conversation. It's Friday. Seriously, man, I'm trying to start fights, man. I
Oh,
decided, man,
trying to start fights.
Hell yeah, because guess what? Guess what I did?
What's that?
Phenomenal show will tell you.
I can start a fight right now.
No, I started. No, I didn't start a fight. I just slapped somebody.
Ah,
I mean, because there wasn't really you know what I mean? Like, all right, let me tell you, you ever seen somebody walk across a room like you the bully? Like a bully, like would just see like a little kid. Well, okay, how about this? Like, you ever seen a kid that's like really big and muscular, but really don't start no shit, but don't nobody really want to fight him?
yeah.
Right? And every once in a while, he may just see somebody picking on somebody else. But he's a nice kid, so he'll just walk up politely and slap the shit out of the person bullying him and just walk back.
Yep.
That was me. I just walked up and slapped the shit out of somebody and walked back. And and I think I got about 150,000 views off that shit. Because I was like, fuck it, let me play the game, bro. Because, hey, no joke, bro. Dude called me out, bro.
Mm.
Dude, he didn't think I knew. He could do, dog, nah, dog. That shit was to me. So I had to fry his ass up real quick. And you know what's happening? And the crazy thing is, phenomenal show. Now everybody going at him, dog. Now everybody's starting to start feeling brave, bro. Because, dog, let me tell you, man, don't confuse dude, you know what's most influential in this world? The most influential thing in this world is wisdom. Wisdom.
Yep.
Wisdom is influential. If you got wisdom, you're influential. You can influence people and they won't even know it. I'll influence you and you won't even know it. You just be like, oh, wow, I just learned. Oh, I just thought of something. Wow. Yeah, right. That's why you got to give it to. That's why you got to give it to him at the core, Phoenix. If you give him at the core area, whatever you give him can, as long as it is the element. The element. You got to give him the most elementary understanding of it. And as long as you get that, you can apply it to everything else. So, dude, no joke, man. I think I'm cooking at like 150,000 views. And guess how long it took me to get it? Like 4 minutes.
Oh, you did better than Devin. You ain't have to buy it.
Oh, I didn't have to buy it. No, I already knew that, dude. Seriously, I already knew I know how to get 1 million subs. I just gotta lie like a fucking rug, walk on the edge of defamation, and fucking tap dance a lot and lie. I could get there. I'll die from a heart attack or a lawsuit, but you'll get there. Because I'm telling you, these people playing around, bro.
They play too much.
Oh yeah.
They play too much.
They play too much,
man.
Bro.
So the other thing I wanted to touch on though is
you got it before you get out. Yeah, go ahead and talk, but talk about Berturdiev, man. You discredit Dev like you do Tank Bud at Bud. Oh, that's not me. I don't do that. I don't discredit fighters. I give all fighters credit. I'll be right back.
All right. So yeah, Berturdiev, we've been seeing that his overhand. I think I might be on. I'll let you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna gotta remember. I haven't seen 2 Cent today, so I'm trying to get 2 Cent so I can figure out how 2 Cent can have it on her channel as well. But I'm just doing it.
Okay, yeah, for sure. I'll check it out.
But you can cook for a minute. Anybody else want to come on and cook, man? Y'all are welcome to get on. If you got a YouTube channel, let's do this one. How about we do it in an organized fashion? If you are a bot that really right now just wants to state their case, you are welcome to come up and state your case. I will not even interrupt you. As long as you admit that you are trying to deliver this message and you don't act like you really want to debate about it, I'll let you get up here and say whatever you want to say because we're a big live stream with a lot of people that watch on a lot of platforms. Bitch, I'm the man. Joking. Hey, I was listening to Nipsey Hussle, bro. I love
it. Okay.
Yeah, he gets me feeling frog, bro. He gets me feeling froggy when that song, bitch, I'm the man. Did you ever hear that? You should listen.
I got a few tracks from him, but I wasn't really big on him. So, and I remember I might have to check out some more of his music. I remember like the first track I heard from him was something he did with Chameleon there, called When You're On. It's like they only love you when you're on. So like, yeah, that was a pretty dope track, but No, I hadn't heard too many more from him.
Now he's a smart guy, man. He's a really intelligent guy. Just like yeah, he's a really intelligent guy, man. He was, rest in peace. And he will be again, man, when he come back if he ain't already back. But yeah, he left the light, man. He left some real beautiful thoughts, man. Real talent out there, man. Because I was really trying to cut. I'm trying to understand these young kids, man, because I ain't gonna lie, bro. My daughter said something to me, and I was like, man, I never thought about that like that. You know, like the way not, and I'm not saying I didn't understand what she's saying, but I'm literally like, I didn't process this information the same way she would have. That she did. I wouldn't have processed it like that. She came to the answer, but I understood how she processed it. And I was like, wow, these kids, like for real, dude, I'm gonna fuck around with you kids and start feeling dumb around you in a couple years. Because really, man, because she understands the fundamentals of some stuff. And it's like the way she's applying it to business and the way it's just so far ahead of where I was in my development that I could really see if she really wants to develop herself in this way, she can really, man, you guys are some special people, man. The musicians are special. Yeah, the musicians are special. Really special. What they're talking about is garbage. But you know, they're artists, man. These rappers are artists.
There's a few out there I've come across the last several years that break that mold. Like one of my favorites in the last several years has been Joyner Lucas. Like he talk about real stuff. Like, of course, he has some tracks he's done with some of those other artists that's like, you know, what you'd expect to hear from the younger generation. But like, you got some real subject matter, like in a lot of his tracks, and then like his creativity with the way that he's done some of his music videos. That's something to speak volumes too.
Yeah,
so like he's probably one of the most underrated that's come around in the last 10 years, at least to me. But I'm surprised that he's not in the spotlight a lot more, because like the stuff that he's saying is like stuff that hits home, like in a lot of his tracks. Like he talked, like kind of like how Eminem kind of talked about some personal stuff that people could relate to, but he was more explicit. Like with Joyner Lucas, you get more of a storytelling vibe from it. And then,
I've never heard of Joyner Lucas, so I'll listen to him. Like, yeah, because I would never. Okay. So I gotta start studying. I'm gonna start studying a little bit more of these kids. There's some real good comedian on YouTube, man. I've really enjoyed his stuff when my wife, you know, told me about it. But yeah, man, there's a lot of and that's the thing with Gervonta. Like Gervonta, he's that's a special dude, man. Like, it's really a special dude. And I mean, he's looking like a very, 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 very special fighter. You know, and you can tell from the reaction that he's getting from ESPN that he's a special fighter. Because the reaction is just so over the top, bro. Like, you can't like you guys have way too much angst for this guy, because they know. And even listen to the thing, you hear oh my God, I forgot Tim said this shit. Tim, you ain't sold 5 hot dogs at a stand during a basketball game. Talking about Gervonta Davis is not going to sell against Lamont Roach. There'll be a lot of people that are there watching it. I can't believe I forgot why he pissed me off. That's what pissed me off about when Tim said that. Because Tim is saying, dude, Tim, where do you get that fight's not going to sell? That there's only going to be people in the arena sold out. But I wonder where you got that from, Tim. Oh, I know, Rick Glazier.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Dude, I'm telling you, Tim Bradley straight up took an argument from Rick Glazier and put it on ESPN that the fight's not going to sell. Yes, we'll see. Now, look what he did, too. He used the same prediction.
Right.
He did the same thing. He said it's going to sell well at the box office. You know, the numbers that we actually are going to get to see and we actually know. Like, we will find out what the gate is, because the gate is public information. What he's saying is the stuff that we'll never really know is true or not. That's what the flop is going to be. And Gervonta Davis is the only person ever in boxing to be able to sell out every arena that he's in, but never be able to sell pay-per-views. He's the only person in this world, Tim, only one, that people will travel to go see him from great distances and spend thousands and thousands of dollars besides the ticket to get there. Everywhere he goes. But nobody will actually buy it on their phone. Nobody wants to see it on their phone.
That's
They
a
said,
stretch.
"Dang, if I can't spend $10,000 to go there." Man, let me tell you something, Tim. Gervonta Davis must have the richest fans in the world. If everybody is willing to go see him wherever he goes, but only wealthy people that can spend tens of thousands of dollars will do it. You're acting like these people are chasing, the same people are chasing Gervonta Davis around city to city to city to city. As if there ain't anybody in that city that will fill that place up too. You know there's a bunch of people in Houston, bro. What's the how likely is it a pay-per-view? Think about this shit Tim Bradley said. Rick Glazer's the biggest, man, these dudes, they don't believe this. Think about this. If 15,000 people in Houston, I need to do this math. I need you to do this math with me, Phoenix. If 15,000 people in the city of Houston will pay $400 to get in there, right? Say the arena is 15,000.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that the only people in that city that want to see the fight are the people that went there? If there's 15,000 people in that city watching it, guess what? There's more than 15,000 people in the city watching it on pay-per-view.
Oh, yeah.
Why? Because there's more people in Houston that can't afford $400, that can afford $80, than can afford the $400. So if you get 15,000 that can afford $400 in the city, you'd have to assume how many people do you think can afford $80 versus $400? Let's come up with just a quick guess. How many times does $80 go into $400? Let me
And that's
see.
what's that, 5?
Calculator. Yeah, you know I'm not good with this. Let's go. So what do we say? What was the man? What was the problem I laid out?
80 goes into 400, I believe, 5 times.
Okay, so 80 goes into 405 times. It does. Okay, so it goes in there 5 times, right?
Yeah.
So what is 15? What is 15,000 times 5?
That should be 75.
There should be 75.
75,000.
There could be 75,000 people in that city that can afford that would buy that fight. There might be 75,000 black people in Atlanta that would buy the pay-per-view.
Oh, yeah.
Because guess what? Do you know what they do you know what they would do in Atlanta? And you know what they're going to do at Houston? There's going to be a
people with projectors out in the streets.
No, not projectors out in the street. There's going to be parties all over that city. Because celebrities are coming to Houston. When celebrities come to Houston, that means there's going to be parties and drinking and money spent in Houston, which means there's going to be a lot of people in Houston that are going to be there that ain't even going to go to the fight. They're going to watch on pay-per-view, and they're going to watch and spend their money and go to parties that take place the night before and afterwards. He's bringing a whole ecosystem of money to Houston. So you're telling me that the people in Houston, it has a large black population. Large black population, Tim, in Houston. Between Houston and New Orleans, he may be able to get 70, 80,000 pay-per-view buys just off the blacks in those off of black people in those areas. If he was in Chicago, shit, they got a fucking 100. Man, we got like 400,000 black people on the south side of Chicago. I'm sorry, probably more than that. If they're buying pay-per-views for a fight with fight parties, dude, you can get your pay-per-views in that city. Just like these rappers go. I'm sorry, don't rappers go platinum in their own city?
Yeah.
I think that's what got rappers off. Rappers could sell out of their truck 1 million records out of their truck. So you're trying to tell me that Gervonta can't go to a black city and sell 100,000 pay-per-views just out of his truck? He just got to go to the places, walk around there, meet people, say, buy the pay-per-view, buy the pay-per-view. He can actually go there and ask people directly to buy the pay-per-view. When they're putting flyers out, they could be spreading that all over the radio, all over the part of the DJs, giving free tickets, all that shit you do to amp up that. Not just so everybody's getting money out of the tickets, but so that you can sell the pay-per-views in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you guys talking about? That's how they know it's going to do 250,000, 400,000 pay-per-views, because they're going to do some shit in that city and the surrounding cities. Because again, Shaq's going to be there. Movie stars are going to be there. They're going to want to drink. They're going to want to party. If Diddy was out of jail, Diddy would throw a Diddy party. I mean, you guys ain't black, are you? This is why they say you don't understand promotions, Eddie, because you can't promote the black people. This is how you promote the black people. Take your ass to church. Go to church or go to a mosque. Go to a church and a mosque. And go to the neighborhood games and play basketball around the neighborhoods and tell everybody to buy the pay-per-view. Encourage them to have parties because they saw you and the curiosity is there from the old school boxing fans. Dude, you can sell that in, you can sell it there. You guys think that this pay-per-view shit is that you just stamp the shit on TV and throw it out there. There's old school promoters that'll be like, look, bro, that's me. That's what I would do. If I had to sell, if I had to do it, I would be in the streets knocking on doors.
Yep.
Will you buy this pay-per-view? I just wanted to tell you that there's a really great boxer from our local area who is fighting on this card. Will you buy the card? I don't know. So you do that, and you do radio, and you do church visits, and you take pictures with politicians, and you kiss babies. You do all the things Ali did to sell his fight. You guys just want to talk shit on the camera, but you don't want to walk through the black neighborhoods and get followed by all these people. Ali promoted himself by walking to black people's houses. He was literally walking through their neighborhoods. When is the last time you saw a black man, one of these black fancy ass boxers walking down Old Block, talking about what's up, man? Bow, 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 bow to everybody that's there. They will turn around and buy your pay-per-views. They will spread word. Man, that dude's real. He came by the block. He took pictures. You tell them you're coming there before you get there. You guys got to actually get out there and do some work, man. Like I told my son, I love my son. Hey, dude, my son understands. Because I was like, man, I was like, how's college going? He's like, cool. I got a couple friends. He's like, yeah, my real thing is, I got to find a girl. Right? So he's been there long enough where he's like, hey, I need to find a girl. And I was like, you know what you got to do, right? He's like, yeah. He's like, what? I got to walk up and talk to him. Exactly. Pick one out and talk to her. You don't stand there and pose and lie and flex with her walking all over. Oh, I'm a big man. No, you walk up to the one you like and you talk to her. Hey, how you doing? My name is Martin. Nice to meet you. Are you a freshman? I don't really know anybody, so I just wanted to meet you. If I see you around, I see you around. Take care of yourself, okay? All right, Martin, nice to meet you. Hey, nice to meet you, Becky. Boop. Now you know her. Now you know her. Now she knows who you are. Now she can consider you. That's the only thing you got to do. Hey, how you doing? And be confident enough to say, hey, how you doing? Without trying to walk her out of her shirt 2 seconds later. Just say, hey, my son understands that. What did I say? What's the Freudian slip? What Freudian slip did I make?
Let me guess, that's boxing that game.
Nah. No, my son, yeah, Becky. No, that ain't Freudian. That's my son. Hey, Becky. My son gonna go holler to Becky. No, that ain't a Freudian. No, that was actually what I would say to him. Hey, holler at Becky, because he likes Becky's. No. It's not a Freudian slip for me. I was talking about my son. I used the example of my son. My son likes Becky's, and I can't tell him not to date white girls. That's his life, not mine.
Yep.
So no, that was not a Freudian slip. No, I'm telling you, it wasn't a Freudian slip. Becky, because I mean it, Becky. Anyway, and by the way, dude, there's black women named Becky. Rebecca? It's a bunch of black Rebeccas. I actually know a very chocolate Becky. And she did go by Becky. Her name was Rebecca. Most people call her Rebecca, but she would call herself Becky. No, I was not talking about picking up women. I was talking about promoting fights. But you promote fights the same way you pick up girls. You got to ask somebody to buy it.
They don't understand the promotion part.
Have you guys never thrown a party before? Have you ever thrown a party before?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you do. We would throw huge parties, but what we would do is we made sure we had a bunch of house parties first. Before we ever threw a big party, we always had house parties. Because house parties you give away, it's for free. You drinking, you kicking it. People know you. They know you're somebody they can party with. And eventually when you want to charge them, boom, they'll jump in there and they'll pay. But you got to get yourself a reputation as somebody they want to be around first. So first thing you got to do, promoters, is you got to walk out there and actually ask people to buy tickets. And what's her name, who somebody tried to set me up to lose a debate to, but I still won. Somebody said that black fighters don't sell. And I was like, man,
that one.
What'd you say?
I remember that.
Yeah, you remember that? And what happened? I was like, nah, black fighters do sell. But what she was talking about was black fighters don't go out and sell. They don't go out of their house, walk to their neighbor's door, knock on the door, and say, will you come to my fight? Here is $5. Now, what she doesn't understand is you don't need to call the black fighter to do that. You need to call the black fighter's mama to do that. Okay? That's how that works. If you want black people to buy tickets for that fighter, you don't give the tickets to the fighter. You give the tickets to the fighter's mama. And had a fighter's mama and cousins where they're from get everybody to buy it and support their son. Because they will buy you something where they're supporting your son. But if it's just him asking, they may not care about boxing. So you just got to use your brain, man. How are you going to get it? So these dudes ain't promoters. That's why I'm telling you, I know what Leonard Ellerby is talking about. Because Leonard Ellerby is literally talking about when he says he's promoting, they're talking about in a car, at a club, with people, in neighborhoods, with turkeys, in little boxing gyms, shaking hands, making public appearances, working, going out and meeting people and asking them to their faces. Because when people know you're there, people are going to say in the news, Floyd Mayweather Jr. was by local club. Oh, everybody's going to say it's going to get out there when you're there. But you got to be there doing it. You can't. That's why it's hard to promote somebody from Europe in America, because you're not here to actually get them to buy it. But it's easier in Europe because you're actually from the UK and everybody's so tightly knit. I'm telling you, man, this stuff ain't rocket science, bro. They think if something happens to Al Heyman, this is going to change. It's not going to change. If I know black people, and you better believe I do, I'm going to know how to sell to us. And you know how you do it? Through the women. If you want a local event to do well, you've got to find the AKAs. You got to find the Deltas. You got to find, if you could find a way to get them chicks involved in selling your local event for some reason, you better believe that shit's going to be packed as hell. But y'all don't know that. Because you want to be in America, but you don't want to act like we're Americans. I'm sorry. I didn't think I got any super chats, bro. I'm sorry.
All right, hey, man, I'm going to hop off, but yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, man. My bad, brother. My bad, brother.
No, you're good. You're good. But yeah, man, I'll go ahead and chop it up with you here in a little bit.
For sure. All right, man. Peace.
For sure.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry, man. I was wrong to Phoenix. I was keeping them stranded up here. Phenomenal Show said Dallas is 3.5 hours from Houston. San Antonio, 3.5 hours away. Houston is 2 hours away. New Orleans is 4.5 hours away. Baton Rouge is 4 hours away. They don't understand demographics and marketing, Noop. I know they don't. Because they don't understand that that's a lot of black people. When you have something in Houston, you are looking for black people. And there are about 60 million of us. We don't need you to make our fighters successful. It's just a fact. You may think that Gervonta needs the white media to be successful. He does not. Gervonta Davis can sell himself out of his trunk and get more money legitimately than you guys can draining stockholders' budgets and asking Saudi Arabian welfare to cover your costs. That's the difference. They work, you're lazy. Okay, let's get to the end of it. The reason why Gervonta, the way that Floyd did something, you think it's YouTube. It wasn't YouTube primarily. Exactly. Said Malik Yacha said, I'm in Houston and we, the black delegation of Houston, are fired up, as would have been the black delegation in DC, as would have been the black delegation in New Orleans, Chicago, probably not Chicago. Chicago's not as big a boxing town, but definitely in Philly, definitely in New York, definitely in DC, definitely in DC, definitely in Houston, definitely in Dallas. Nah, Dallas not as much because Houston's better than Dallas because it's so far south. But still, Dallas is really good too. My bad, phenomenal show. You guys just don't know what you're trying to cheat the whole unit. Dude, we got more money than Turkey Al-Sheikh, bro. I'm just telling you, bro. We black people got more money than him. I mean, for real, don't you understand? Black people have more money than Turkey Al-Sheikh's budget, bro. You better believe we do. That Turkey Al-Sheikh is not wealthier than all black America combined. So all you got to do is get the money from them. That's all you need. As long as you're not trying to be the biggest thing in the world and trying to prove that you're something special because you want to cross over and I can make so much more money on both sides. No, stay your ass right there. Keep your money right where it's rising, where the people support you, and eventually let everybody else come to you. You don't go to them. That's what Ali did. See, Ali built it up with black people, and he stayed there. And Ali stayed with black people so long through so many things that everybody supported him. And once everybody supported him, all them people that hated him, they couldn't hate him anymore. They had to make him into a god. They had to elevate him to something super duper. Telling you so they could cut him down. I'm just telling you how that works. We don't need your money. That's what Canelo's telling you, ain't it? Ain't Canelo saying the same thing? There's over 7.5 million in Houston, over 8.4 in Dallas. Oh, I forgot. Oh, 8.4 in Dallas, 2.3 in Austin Metro. Yeah, it is. And 2.5 in San Antonio Metro. And that's just Texas. Dude, Texas is his own country. Dude, don't talk about secession to Texans. They'll be the fuck out and not need nobody. You don't understand, dog, about these Texas people. Texas people are a different breed of human beings, man. I ain't never lived somewhere where I know full well what these people in this state would do. All of them would unify. If there's ever another civil war, I'm telling you where it's going to start. That shit's going to start in Texas. The state of Texas gives zero fuck as a unit about the rest of the country. Telling you, bro, that shit is deeply. When I moved to Texas, bro, I never really got that. I'm telling you, Texas is a state it's its own country. And if for real, if Texas decided to go off, bro, everybody's in trouble, man. You can't invade Texas. It's so big and everybody's strapping and they're going to kill you for anything. Bro, Texas will kill you for anything and everybody will be glad you're dead. No joke. I think in Texas, literally, somebody could blast somebody up in the middle of the street. And if it was for a good reason, everybody in Texas be like, that fucker deserved it. Shouldn't have flinched. I don't fuck around with Texans. I'm telling you, Texans ain't like Illinois. It's not like any other place I've been as far as their love of the state. When they love the state, I'm telling you, inside the mind of a Texan is somebody that does not want to be an American. They want to be a Texan because they think they could take over to all of the United States and Mexico and still be Texas. I'm telling you what these white people think in Texas. I am never moving out of Texas again. I love Texas. You better believe ain't nobody invading Texas. These people and I'm telling you, everybody in Texas against racial lines. It's the only place I've ever been where truly the black people think just like the white people and the Mexicans think like the white. They all think alike. Now, they may not like each other here and there, but as Texans, bro, don't mess with Texas. They mean that shit when they're saying it. When they say that they from the Chi, we say we from the Chi, we mean certain areas. When they say they're from Texas, they mean every corner of this bitch. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Texas, dude, we're not talking about little petty stuff. I'm talking about just the state of Texas. I love these Texans, man. Anyway, Starborn, what up, man? What up, Starborn?
What's up for morning to you, man? Boy, you was cooking today, man.
Oh, man, you know Timmy.
You was
Timmy
definitely
got under my skin, bro.
Yeah, Tim always got something to say, man. Tim, you called him out, man. Tim always got something to say. I used to like him too. I used to like, he didn't have knockout power, but he always gave his best.
I liked him. I liked him now. I was really talking to ESPN.
Yeah.
Just so you know. See, because if I shame the shit out, I figure if I get big enough and I shame the shit out of Tim for doing stuff he really doesn't want to do, maybe his higher ups won't throw his ass on the fire like that. Because for real, bro, they got him tap dancing like woo-wee.
Yeah, they do. They do. Yeah. He is tap dancing. He's definitely tap dancing, man. I come to talk about Devin, man. We looking for Ryan Garcia.
Man, I went all day without talking about Devin, man.
You thought you was gonna go a whole day without talking about Devin? Come on now. Come on, don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that. I see them back.
All right, I'll go back to work for Bill. Hey, Bill, you're on the clock.
I see them.
Hey, Bill, you on the clock.
I see them training. I'm saying they dropped the lawsuit, something like that. Dropped the lawsuit, something like that. I don't know exactly.
They didn't drop no lawsuit.
Oh, they dropped the lawsuit?
Hell no. Who told you they dropped the lawsuit?
But I seen something. He dropped the lawsuit. He was talking about.
They didn't drop it. Basically, look, man. This would happen. Ryan on Twitter put something out that said dismissed. He got his case dismissed. So that somehow in the YouTube world turned into Devin dropped his case. That's not what happened. The case that was dismissed was a vandalism case. The vandalism case where he had destroyed a hotel room and he had gotten arrested. Amongst all the other drama about Ryan, people forget that he got arrested for vandalism. So he had to go. But the law don't forget. They're going to take you through that process. YouTube maybe forget, but that dang on lawyers didn't forget. You on that schedule. So they went in there and they got it dismissed because he had paid all the money for the hotel. All the damage he did. He'd already paid for it before he got to court. He had already admitted, yeah, I did it. They had already rebuilt the room and everything. So, or they paid for it at least. And I'm sure they did remodel it as soon as they destroyed it, right? But anyway, he did that. And so they dismissed the case. But people said, oh, that means because they didn't know that there was more. There's 3 lawsuits out there on Ryan. Now there's 2.
Ryan need to take that testing and get back in the ring. Let's show what you really about. Show if that left hook was really that left hook.
You saw that left hook, didn't you?
Yeah. I seen the left hook, but it was assisted.
You know he's suspended, right?
For a year, right?
Ryan.
How long? It's been what, 6 months now? 7 months?
He cannot start boxing activities. Let me do something. Let me go look at the order so I can look at the wording, but I think the wording was before you can return to boxing activities. And your license is reinstated in New York. But he's not supposed to be involved. I don't think he's allowed to be boxing in boxing activities. Maybe, but I don't know. No, testing is not part of his suspension, Cal Coolett. Testing is not part of his suspension. The testing is part of his suspension in that he has to take 1 drug test. and has to be clean, and he has to. I think he has to pass a mental evaluation and a physical evaluation, and he has to have a clean drug test. But he doesn't have to test now. He doesn't have to test until he doesn't even have to test during the year of his suspension if he decides not to reapply. It's just that his suspension will not lift until he does that. So his suspension may not end until April 20th. Because guess what? He doesn't have the mental evaluation clean. So it doesn't really even matter for him to test because he can't get over until he passes a mental eval. So really there's no purpose in him doing a VADA test because he can't fight. He has to take a mental evaluation to reinstate himself as well as all that.
So that means we need to move on, find somebody else, beat them, and then get Ryan back. You know, that's
right. And then drop. Well, I would think you need to drop that lawsuit in exchange for a fight.
Yes. That lawsuit for exchange. Yes. Even though I don't like some of the things Devin been doing, I just think when a man get cheated, I'm just seeing too many people going against Devin when a man got cheated. You know, I feel that's not right to keep the man using performance enhancing drugs. You're using
he didn't use the performance enhancing drug. That's what he's saying.
Yeah,
Ryan says that he didn't do it, man, and he didn't get suspended for doing it. And everybody else is saying that it didn't affect his performance, and he didn't know it. Dude, Eddie Hearn is saying that shit was incidental. Every expert that is literally every PED expert that has spoken on it has said they believe that is incident, that was unintentional contamination. That's what they said. Everyone, when he goes to court, Devin is going to lose that because he can get the guy from million to million plates. They can ask Eddie Hearn. They can get PED experts on there. They're going to throw that shit out, man, because guess what? They were not going to be able to prove that. But I'm telling you, that's why the New York State Athletic Commission went to the other penalty, because they can prove that, and it's the same suspension. It's basically like how I argue. I could go through all that shit with you in your argument all day, but I'm not going to do that because I'm going to beat you on this right here. I'm just going to beat you because my job is to beat you. So I'm not going to go all around the block and beat you. I'm just going to beat you. So that's what the New York State Athletic Commission said. They're playing chess. They said, okay, we know that we cannot prove intent. Nor do we want to spend the money to prove intent. We're just going to prove you didn't let us know about these supplements you turned into us. And since you didn't let us know, we're going to punish you off that. Case closed. We don't have to spend any money. Have a nice day. Put it in the newspaper and leave us alone. That's what the New York State Athletic Commission did. It didn't say that it was back in Ryan or back in Devin. And also, the New York State Athletic Commission really has nothing to do with Devin. And Devin fans continually try to put the New York State Athletic Commission's decision as if it somehow is related to what Devin gets. And it's not, because he ain't the one that tested positive.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense, man. Who you think Devin should fight next? Because we got the 0 off. We still got the 0. You know, we still got the 0. People like a good redemption story, you know?
In what aspect? In what aspect?
As far as what a redemption story?
From what point of view? When you say who do I think he should fight next, what point of view? From Devin's point of view or my point of view or what?
From your point of view.
Who should Devin fight next from my point of view? From my point of view, you should fight Ryan again. And make sure he gets paid. Yeah, he should wait for Ryan. He should absolutely, in my personal opinion, I would say don't fight anybody until you fight Ryan. Don't get back in the ring with anybody until you fight Ryan. And the reason that I would say don't fight anybody until you fight Ryan is because, number one, Ryan is your biggest money, that rematch. Because he does have equity in the fact that of that positive test and all that drama, right? So it does bring into question the fight. Very much so. It brings into question the fight. Now, some people don't believe that it had anything to do with it. Other people believe that it did, but all of that is going to sell the fight. All of that is going to be a discussion that's going to keep going when you're promoting the fight. So really, that is just all that is fuel for the fire of for Devin's wallet. If he looks at it as fuel for the fire of his for the wallet, but the reason you can't go fight anybody else is this: number one, Ryan might get beat. If Ryan gets beat, there's no payback. You lose so much money if Ryan loses somebody else. So if you really believe that you were cheated, you can't let Ryan go out there and get beat by somebody else. You got to collect that paycheck right away and get that paycheck because he could be gone. Because he's, you know what I mean? Because what happens if he fights Teofimo Lopez and gets knocked out? Your payment's gone. And you don't. And so what are you going to do? You're going to go fight somebody else. And guess what? If you're not on your P's and Q's with somebody else and your mind's not right, you may lose. So you may just go get all the money back that you want from your damages that you're suing him just by fighting him. And guess what? Win or lose, people are going to rock with you, bro, because you fought him. That's all people care about, man. These people don't care. Not everybody cares. Everybody is taking losses in life. Everybody, just because one guy is bragging about never having taken a loss at something, number one, doesn't mean that people think that that is really the biggest and most important thing in the world. The only reason that you care about Floyd's 50-0 is because Floyd cares about his 50-0. If Floyd didn't care about his 50-0 and never mentioned it, you would never think it was that big a deal because he didn't make that big a deal about it. I'm saying, man, you just got to go out there, get people's perception as you being a warrior again. Stop all the talking, and you just got to go from this point in time, dog, and get that next fight with Ryan, and you got to win it. And I mean, dog, I'm going to speak out of school here, dog. I'm going to speak out of school.
Somebody at that door.
Oh, we know. Hey, look, I'm going to speak out of school. Now, if I was Devin, that's why I'm not a boxer, because I don't want to be in trouble. I'm going to take every advantage I can get over Ryan. Because I'm thinking Ryan tried to get every advantage over me. So we know walking into this, I'm getting, and it's not through negotiation, bro. It's just you got to figure out a way to whoop his ass. And it is all important. And it does not matter how you get it done. You got to get it done. Get it done first is the rule. Okay? Get it done first is the rule. And then we'll worry about how we got it done after that. That's Tyson Fury, bro. Tyson Fury knows that. Dude, Tyson, you better do something to get that punch up, Dev. You better hire Victor for the fuck Victor really know how to do.
I mean, he hurt Ryan. He hurt Ryan in that fight. He hurt Ryan in that fight. Yes, he did. He hurt
the shit out of Ryan.
He did hurt Ryan in that fight. And he won, what, 4 or 5 rounds? You know,
hell no, he didn't hurt Ryan.
Bro. He hurt Ryan. You saw when he hurt Ryan, back Ryan up with that left hook.
He didn't. No, he didn't. This is what he did. Ryan's ass got gassed out and said, shit, he didn't fall. Because honestly, man, Devin has heart. And this is funny how this works, right? The one compliment that we can give Devin about that fight isn't related to whether he won or lost. It's about his heart. That same win that he gets for showing heart by getting up, he will get if he gets in the ring with Ryan again. If he doesn't, getting up is one thing. You got to get up. You're laying on the ground. You lose if you don't get up. But getting back in, hell yeah, Fanon is condoning juicing. Bet juice your ass up. Hey, you said what would I do if I was Devin? I would be looking for the first magic wand, Don Juan pill I could take to get these muscles up. Because guess what's going to happen? Brother, they going to come whooping your ass soon. They coming to, dude, Gary Antoine Russell's coming to whoop your boy's ass, dog. You know that.
Nah, Devin, listen.
Oh, he's coming to kill him.
Devin.
They're coming to kill him.
He's back in that ring. I think Devin should get a tune-up before Ryan because him staying out the ring that long.
He gonna get
no. He, as you see the heart. He's
let me tell you why he's gonna get tuned up. I'm telling you why he's gonna get tuned up. He's gonna get tuned up because he's not with a promoter. His ass is gonna get tuned up. There's plenty of boxers that are out there that are very, very good, bro, and very, very bad for a particular style that will never get that fight because a fighter doesn't want to fight a guy with that style. Once your ass don't have no promoter and you're out there swinging in the wind, so goes that matchmaking, and your ass is going to be there with somebody trying to get you beat. So Eddie, if he wants to get you beat, is going to put you in there with a guy that is worse for your style, with the who is least known. Which is guess what? Guess what they do? Guess how they do that?
How?
They go snatch somebody out of Argentina under a fake name. They got like 90 fights. He got like 90 fights, been in with a whole bunch of people you ain't never heard of before. We'll snatch him out of Argentina, put him up in here, and he's going to be a spoiler and whoop your ass, just like Argentinian fighters do all the time. Have you not noticed how many Argentine fighters just pop up and they're really like super, super good from nowhere? My thought is that these guys actually have I'm telling you, man, this is my theory. I could be wrong, but this is a theory. This is my theory about South American fighters and these Mexican journeymans that wind up whooping y'all. They're pulling the wool over your eyes, bro, because they could be fighting under 5 and 6 different names. They literally could take another fighter's name and record, retire, take their record, rename themselves, and you're fucking around with a dude that may have fought way more people than you knew with no tape for illegal gambling money. Because, dude, they're not televising huge fights in Argentina. Argentina, they treat that shit like a dog fight. So you got somebody coming up from a dog fight boxing, fuck dog house boxing, dog fight boxing out of Argentina, who really you think he's 18 and 22 and 7, but he's not. And how do you know? And how do I know that that's the case? Because the only reason that the WBA, the WBC, the IBF, and the WBO are allowed to exist is because they are supposed to keep track of the names of fighters. That's what they're there for. Their number one job with boxing, and people don't understand this about the sanctioning bodies. The sanctioning bodies 3% comes from this. They're going to make sure that the person that you fight is actually the person that they say you're going to fight. Because they're ranked in the WBA, they're ranked in the WBC, they're ranked in the IBF. Because once they're ranked, you can identify them. But fighters that are unranked and unprocessed, you don't even know who they are. If Terrence Crawford, I'm telling you, if Terrence Crawford, and I mean this, if Terrence Crawford right now was not widely known, Terrence Crawford could go down to South America under a fake name and start sparring people for money under the name of Freddie Hampton from Chicago. You would never know that this dude is a world champion or that this dude had an amateur career like that. Or you would know him. And so you who are matchmaking, you don't have any tape on him. You got a young fighter you want to get beat. You pull this mug out and you set him in the ring with him. That dude is going to get his ass from pillar to post with that guy. Okay? So you guys want to talk about corruption in boxing, bro, and y'all really don't even understand what a sanctioning body is there for. So yeah, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm telling you right now, if I was him, no, go straight for Ryan, because it's better to deal with the devil you know than the devil you don't know.
It's only two fighters that could beat us. That's it. It's only
there's
two
more than that.
No,
there's more than that. No. There's more than that. I can tell you
only two fighters that could beat us.
No.
Everyone else,
I can beat them.
Everyone else we got.
No, I could do it. With what I just said, I could beat Devin with somebody you never heard of. Because what I would do is I would snatch somebody out of Argentina who usually fights at 160. I would absolutely peel them of every bit of fat on their body and water on their body. And I would put them in 3 fights to get them ranked, and I would set them on Devin. And before you know it, you got somebody whooping Devin's ass and you never saw it coming. Because he's walking in the ring better than Devin, and he's got 80 more fights than you thought he had. No, bro, you need sanctioning bodies for that reason. What you don't need sanctioning bodies for are the games that the WBO is playing. See, the WBA and those guys do play games because they're doing things out of their charter. Your charter really is just to identify them, make sure you have a system of knowing who they are, keeping track of them, and having a real ranking system that allows the sport to continue, and to not allow fighters to have conflict of interest between managers and promoters. That's what a sanctioning body's job is, and boxers don't know why that's worth 3%. You better believe it's worth 3% for your check to make sure that the guy that you're fighting is really the guy you're fighting. But it's not really that important for boxers at the highest level because they already know, right, pretty much who the guy is. But for everybody else, the 3% that they pay goes to that tracking of those people for everybody else. So basically what it is, that 3% is revenue sharing from the top paid guys to help the unpaid guys make sure that the unpaid guys aren't getting killed. So that's why they get the 3%. But you guys don't understand. Most people don't understand that. And sometimes I think that the sanctioning bodies don't understand that because that's not the job they're focused on. How are you partnering with Turkey Alice Chief who wants to buy BoxRec when your job is to end getting the WBA championship list removed from Fight Facts? Bro, Fight Facts, as soon as they took the WBA out, should have been shut down. As soon as they took the WBA out, that website should have been shut down because you are not tracking all of boxing, and that's your purpose. If you're the official record keeper, you have to keep all the records. All the records. Anyway, sorry, man, I went into that, but yeah.
No, listen, I like that, man, because I didn't really know all of that stuff like that. I never even thought about the changing the names, and I never thought about.
Dude, Sugar Ray, watch. Sugar Ray Robinson's name is not Sugar Ray Robinson, bro.
Yeah.
For a reason. Sugar, I'm telling you, they say that why they gave the story about why Sugar Ray Leonard changed his name and said it was like, hey, there was a fighter on there I want to fight, I just used the name. Bro, You changed the name, bro, because he probably changed the name to get another career. And he wanted to start his career over. So instead of going by his birth name, Walker Smith, he went by a new name. That's the same thing Jack Dempsey did. Jack Dempsey thought Jack Dempsey's name's not Jack Dempsey. Jack Dempsey took the name of the first Jack Dempsey. And so you don't even know what his records are. And I'm telling you, like Lomachenko's record, he has 6 more fights on his record than his own boxing. 6 more. So does Errol Rigondeaux. So does Alexander Usyk. But they don't put it on the record. So you think Alexander Usyk, like for example, people don't think that Alexander Usyk already beat Joe Joyce in a professional fight. He did. He beat him in a tournament to move on and make money. He did it under professional rules in professional rounds with no shirt on. It was a professional fight. But BoxRec, because I'm telling you, BoxRec's always been fun. They won't recognize that because the Eastern Europeans don't want you to recognize that because they don't want to see these guys coming. You don't know how many professional fights Beterbiev has. It says Beterbiev has 18 fights, but we don't know if that's all the fights, all of the professional fights Beterbiev has. He may have been having. You can't hear my video?
I can hear you.
They keep saying I'm muffled. It's Aurelian line. No, I'm not muffled. That's you. I think that's you. I think the muffle is you. They're hearing that noise from your mic. Let's see.
Oh, from me?
Yeah, is that it? That's the muffle? No, I don't have an Android, bro. Yeah, that's not me. That's Starborn. That's not me. That's Starborn. Yeah, no, I hear what you're hearing. That's Starborn. That's not me. It's just that I'm talking. So every time you move, your mic goes.
Okay.
But yeah, no, let me put you on mute.
That's like Mandarov. I knew he had more fights than when he had going against Terrence, how he was moving and stuff like that. The guy Bud just fought.
Oh, dude. You talking about Mandarov? Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, I would say your mic is short. Let me put you on mute. I would say that's why you have to trust the sanctioning body. Let me put it that way. I won't say that he does, But I'm telling you, that's why there is a sanctioning body. That's what it is chartered for by the U.S. government. There's something called the Muhammad Ali Act that lays out the responsibilities of the sanctioning bodies. The sanctioning bodies, the WBA, the WBC, the IBF, and the WBO, all are there to make sure that boxers' identities are tracked accurately. And that's why people are saying, hey, Devin went down to Mexico and he has a loss on his record. Right? What they're saying is Devin could go down to Mexico and literally have 10 more fights on his record and have lost 5 of them, and you'd never know. Because he went down there before it was legal for him to fight. And if you don't think there are American fighters and other people that are going to come and go other places under different names to restart their career, man, please. They do that. That's what you need a sanctioning body for. So honestly, man, when Andre Ward said that, I thought to myself, hey, Andre, you don't know you really don't know why you pay your money to sanctioning bodies? You pay your money to sanctioning bodies so that you don't get killed in that ring. Because without the sanctioning body, bro, it's just you and that's just a gang fight without a sanctioning body. When you don't have a sanctioning body, what you got is a gang fight. You got to keep it from being a gang fight. So the sanctioning body sets the rules and makes sure we know who you are. Yes, sir. Hey, man, but that's it. You got anything else for me, brother?
No, I'm about to go, but you know,
what'd you say?
You know, it's funny when I heard about changing the names. I hate to go political. It's Candace Owens was talking about people that be changing their names and stuff like that.
Like who? Like who?
A couple of weeks ago.
Who did she say change their name?
Possible, but don't know. Like Kamala.
No, just who did she mention? Who was she implying?
She said possibly Kamala and
okay. So let me help you with something, man. Let me kill that stupid shit she was saying. Because for real, that chick is smart, but she a fucking pathological fucking liar. And on the real, her arguments sometimes the shit she says. The fact of the matter is that my mother's name is like, her maiden name is like 25 letters long. This is how my mother's maiden name is this. Birth maiden name is, this is how you spell it. Plasclascovittie. How do you pronounce that? Plasclascovittie. Her name is Plasclascovittie. Do you think that she's gonna walk around talking to people and say my name is M Plasclascovittie? No. She's gonna say they're gonna cut it off. And they're gonna say, hey, my name is Ovidi. That's easy for people to remember so they don't have to, every time you talk to somebody, they're gonna ask you to pronounce your name. If her name was Indian, if their names were Indian, they changed it so people could understand it and they wouldn't get, and people wouldn't see it when it was written down and discriminate against them. That's another reason Asians change their name. They have an English name and they got a Korean name. A dude, one of my guys' name is Bob. He goes by Bob to everybody else. But what his real name is Ujin. Ujin Seijin Shajin. Ujin Seijin Shajin. Those are his real names. But what they go with is I don't remember what their names are now, but they would go something like Bob, Harry, and Frank Kim. Frank Kim. Just like, you know what's that dude, Steve Kim? That's not his name. More than likely, I don't know for sure, more than likely Steve Kim's name is not Steve Kim. Steve Kim's name is probably something like Dooku Kim. Or it's something, and I know Dooku Kim is the Korean guy, right? But his name, that's his name. That's the name his parents would give him. Dooku Kim, Seijin Kane, Ujin, Gaidu Kim. That's his name. But he doesn't want to walk around. I'm not saying that that's actually Steve Kim's name. But I promise you, if he doesn't have an actual name like that, his father does. But Koreans literally keep 2 different names. So if a Jamaican comes over here and they change their name, or an Indian comes over and changes that name, that's the same thing everybody has done throughout the history of the United States. The Kennedys' names were probably not Kennedy when they got here. The Jewish people's names were probably not Stein when they got here. It was Steinberg or Stein. You know what I mean? So for her to point out that somebody might have changed their name when you know they're not from the United, or even if they are from the United States, Italians aren't going to go with their whole name, Battaglia. Like Italians will keep their names, but they're not going to be like Guido Queppi, Sandalori Battallini. Dude, they will cut that shit out, Americanize it so they can get jobs and move on with their life. Richie says Steve Kim's real name is Hong Sup Kim. Yeah, that's right. Hong Sup Kim. Yeah, I would not see. That's what I'm telling you. I don't even have to know Steve Kim's name. Ain't even Steve Kim. His name is Hong Sup Kim. Hey, what's up, Hong Sup Kim? And you know why he goes by that? Because of this name right here. He don't want people to have to figure out how to pronounce Heungsup. Because it's going to get on his nerves every time you say it. It's not Hung, it's Hyung, or however he actually pronounces it. It's going to get on his nerves. He's going to have to ask a bunch of questions. Kim is cool because they'll know he's Asian. It still says Kim. He can't get rid of that. You know what I mean? But if it was some long-ass Kimamoto, he'd have cut that Kimamoto off into Kim. That's what everybody does when they come in and they indoctrinate themselves in the United States. But here's the thing. Everybody says that Black Americans need to do the same thing that they do, right? That's the hang up that Asians and Steve Kim have with us. And I'm telling you, I'll talk to Steve Kim about this for a second. The hang up that they have is that they have their own style, they have their own culture, but they are willing to do the things that they need to do, whether it's change their name, marry a white woman, learn to speak English perfectly, they will do everything that they need to do to integrate themselves into the system. Okay? Because they're not from here. The problem with that, Steve, is we're from here. This is who we are. We can't change what we are. This is what we are. Okay? And what we are in this system is what we are in this system. You're changing what you are from a system that is no longer here and changing you being in a system that doesn't exist for you here and existing in the system that does exist from you in the place that you can choose. But like all caste systems, we didn't get to choose the slot we would be put in when we got here. So we can't fake it because it's not our problem. Is not that we don't sound like them. The problem for us is that we're not them. Okay? And you, Mr. Kim, and all of you other guys are going to learn this lesson when you have these great straight A's and these great ACT scores that you think is going to get you into those bellwether schools. Guess what it helped you get into? It helped you get into places like New Mexico State. It helped you get into places like Boise State. But guess what it did to you when you're trying to get into Harvard? When you're trying to get into Yale, Mr. Kim? When you're trying to get into this, you know what they did? They said, oh, we don't need test scores? Well, then we don't need you. Get your bitch asses out of here then. That's what they said.
You see they went down 6% on all of Ivy.
I'm telling you. It went down 6. I'm going to tell you why. I knew it would go down 6. I knew it would go down. Because they don't understand why. Because unlike them, we know why that test score is there. See, they don't believe anything we say. Steve Kim don't believe me. When they come in the country, he don't believe me. He don't believe me. He don't believe black people. He's out here to preach to us. So he doesn't think that we learned anything in our 400 years here. He thinks all you got to do is integrate and act like them and you're good. It doesn't work like that. And what happened was you thought, and I'm telling you, this is what, and I love Asians with all my heart. Uno, what is it? Ana, dul, set, net. Just so you know, I can count to 4 in Korean, bro. Because I was in Hapkido. I literally had to call a Korean dude master. Literally had to call him that because that's what they do in Hapkido. So I know the Korean culture. Trust you me. I know enough of it. But anyway, you guys make a mistake though. You think that those test scores are in order for you to get in. You confuse a gate. You confuse a gate as something that is meant to help you get in. No, gates are meant to keep people out. See, as wonderful mathematicians as you are, you don't understand purpose. They put that there to prevent people from getting in there. not to help them get in. See, that's why you got legacy. Because with the legacy, they say, we don't care about this shit. The only reason that they got anything, let me tell you something. The only reason that anybody gets in there that ain't a legacy is because they have to. Harvard University would not let, if they could get their druthers, they would not let anybody in that is not in that class already. The reason the reason that they put that barrier in there is because they don't want none of y'all in there. So they said, okay, we'll let you in if you get these tests right. But if you're already in, if your family's already proved they're worthy, then you're good. We don't care about the test. But y'all, we don't even want in here, so you better jump this fence. So guess what they did? They put in front of black people the fence. Many of us jumped over that fence. Many of us jumped over that fence called the SAT and the ACT. Many of us did. Many of us didn't, though, right? So we don't get into that big school. That's a filtering mechanism for the poor people. Now what happens when you get rid of that filter? This is why I told you that they already told them that this was going to happen. They were going to get rid of SATs and SAT scores because you just let them get rid of them. Because the only reason they had the SAT scores was because of race. That's it.
You know they suing now. They suing.
Who's suing?
Agents. They suing them schools, saying why they not getting in. They suing.
No, they won. No. They won that case.
No, they suing now. No, I ain't talking about affirmative action. They suing now. They doing something suing now.
Now that their numbers went down, they're suing again?
Yes.
Oh, they're done. It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter. There's no law out there saying you have to use SAT scores and ACT scores to let somebody in. The very argument that they made that dude, they killed themselves. There's no way they're going to win this, stupid. Because watch. You're saying that you didn't want any race-based initiatives. That's what you said. No race-based initiatives. You cannot get in based off race. So they said, okay, well, we don't have to worry about race. So guess what? If they don't have to worry about race, stupid, they don't have to worry about the ACT and the SAT either. Because the only reason that they got them there is because of race. If black people could have been competing fairly, half the place would be black. But the reason that literally, if black people got to compete fairly with white people in the United States, half the country would have been black already. Seriously, because we would have bred into being black. If you did not separate us and limit us in our society would already be all brown. You do not understand fundamentally the problems you're dealing with. If you have fair treatment for black people, which means they get the same jobs, which means they don't get called ugly, we get to mate with you equally. Bro, through genetics, everybody will be my color inside of 50 years. Everybody will be my color. And there will be no white people. So you think that the people that think that and know that are going to allow your brown ass to jump into their schools just because you're good at math? Buffoon, we built calculators. They built calculators so they don't. All you're doing when you do your SATs and stuff is you're being a fucking calculator. They got calculators. So why would you think they needed you to be great at math? They don't. They automated all that shit already. So they don't need your math. So since they don't really need your math, you were saying, oh, let me get in. Now you're going to have a hard time being elite. Now, don't get me wrong. The Asians are going to do very, very well at the level that they're supposed to be at. They're going to be at the mid-level as workers. Doctors, workers. Lawyers, workers. Engineers, workers. You're going to be in there as workers. You're not going to own the place. Are you crazy? You're not going to be an owner of this place. But okay. Keep on filing laws with your dumb asses. Eventually, you'll figure it out. Anyway, man, yeah, I know that went a long way, but for real, Steve Kim.
Yeah,
I don't like. Huh?
You know what you did earlier that I was very proud of when you was talking about going door to door for the fights. You know, I do door to door internet. I was like, how you broke down the pitch. I said he could have went out today and sold 3 fiber internets. You got the pitch down and everything.
I would have, dude. I would sell, bro. I would sell. That's how, dude. That's how cats get elected mayor, bro. I damn near when my boy ran for mayor of DC, bro. I swear to God, my toe has not recovered since then. Dude, this dude, Adrian Fenty, shout out to Adrian Fenty. Adrian Fenty won mayor of DC in like 2006. Is a friend of mine from law school, real good dude. And so I was working with him on his campaign, but you know, just going out because we were supporting him, fraternity brothers. So we would go walking, knocking on doors. Jesus Christ, man. My toes were hurting, man. But see, and that's people don't even know, like he started running marathons. He ran marathons so he could campaign harder than everybody. Because he would just walk blocks after blocks after blocks after blocks after blocks like it was nothing. Because he was an Olympic marathon runner. But the amount of work that he put in, bro, to knock on doors systematically and ask people in their face. Yeah, that shit was like, yeah, that's how you promote, man. The internet is not going to do it for you, man. For real, the internet's not going to do it for you. You guys live behind these computers, bro. Let me put it this way. They are putting you behind these computers to get you to sit still and consume. If you are a real baller, you got to get out and produce. That's just a fact. All this internet is meant to allow you to consume very easily. Like you can consume boxing very easily. It's on your phone. It's in your living room. It's in your car. You can get it on podcasts. You can consume all this stuff very, very easily. But if all you do is consume, you never produce. So we really have like what we call like a consumer slavery right now. But so that means why you are going to try to be a promoter. You cannot assume that you can consume your way to being a pay-per-view star. You're going to have to go out there and knock on doors. You're going to have to be young. You're going to have to be strong. You're going to have to be insistent. You're going to have to be in shape. You're going to have to do what Diddy did. You're going to have to do what Diddy did for Diddy to become what Diddy did. Now, before Diddy became the Diddy that did all these chicks bad, Diddy was the dude that I knew. I didn't know him, but my boy knew him. He's like, yeah, Puffy Combs, Puffy, he would go to school, and then as soon as school was over, he would get on a train, and he would take the train all the way to New York, do what he got to do. Then he would come back. And then, there's some rumors around him and why he actually left Howard. But at the same time, he was out, trust me, he was hustling. Okay? All these got Master P. They want to talk about all these tricks that got him rich. The tricks didn't get Master P rich. All the financial advice he's trying to sell you, that's bullshit. The shit that got him paid is his fucking ridiculous ass work ethic. And the fact that he came up out of New Orleans and he knew how to sell shit out of his trunk. See, I rebuilt my life by selling my logic out of the trunk. I'm not going to lie, bro. I knew that I'm going to sound arrogant. I know. And I mean it. Bro, I know I'm brilliant. But nobody would ever give me a way to actually show it to anybody. So in no platform that I've ever been, did I ever have the platform to show it. So I said, fuck it. I'll sell my shit out the trunk. Anybody want my wisdom? Anybody want my lessons? Put it in the super chat. ESPN ain't gonna pay me. I gotta sell my shit out the trunk, homie. And guess who else sold their shit out the trunk? Do you know who John Henry Clark is?
Yes, sir.
He sold his shit out the trunk. John Jackson sold his shit out the trunk. Many of the black scholars that have books and many of the things that that really contributed to our advancement sold their shit out the trunk. Selling it out the trunk means to me that you're not with corporate media. You're not out there. You're developing a product. You're packaging that project yourself. And you're saying, hey, man, will you buy my lemonade? I'm going to open up a little lemonade stand and selling it out your trunk.
Yeah, I work for somebody. I go door to door internet. I get about 15 a month, about 300. 15 a week.
And that adds up, huh?
Yeah, listen. I have to step up, and I'm going to play this video back. I'm going to have to step up because we got pockets. We got about 7 pockets down. Named Bobby. Changed his name. He's another name. Bobby.
You breaking up real bad, bro.
They doing about 25, 30 a week.
Who? Oh, you got colleagues that are doing 25, 30 a week?
From Pakistan.
Yeah, you gotta put the grind in.
Yeah, from Pakistan. They doing 25. I'm doing like 15, 16. They doing 25 to 30 Pakistan.
Working or are they selling the Pakistani?
Nah, they just grinding. They doing the same.
Yeah, then you just gotta grind. That's what it is, bro. You gotta get out there. You gotta grind, bro. It don't work if you don't grind. I'm telling you, man, it's rise and grind. That's why this kid was over on Twitter when I was talking about Shakur. Bro, Shakur, I'm telling you, man, Shakur gonna fuck some of y'all up, man. Because Shakur was up at 6 o'clock in the morning, bro, tweeting about boxing at 6:30 in the morning. And I wake up at 3. Well, I'm telling you, when I'm telling you I wake up, dude, I'm up at 3. I'm in the bed like before my day starts, bro, at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm like this. Waiting like a revved fucking engine for 3:30. And 3:30 hit, boom, I'm out. I'm gone. I'm doing it. So you know that's how you know somebody that is really on that grind, bro. When you looking at that next day like you about to attack it, you can't lay in the bed. You can't, if you're really on the grind, you can't lay in the bed. You got to, even if you're in the bed, you thinking about it. So this dude is overcompensating, man. He's doing his thing, man. These young kids thought this dude was like Twitter. When I found out that that's why they call him Twitterson, I was like, oh, these dudes dumb, bro. Like, you're calling him Twitterson because he's tweeting about boxing all the time? Oh, you're going to lose to him. Oh, because you see, this dude is like he's so obsessed, being so obsessed every minute of your day talking about it. I'm like, bro, that's what people do that are real successful. It's their only mission in life, man. If you're not thinking about it, breathing it, eating it every day, bro, you're not going to get to the level of these dudes that you want to get to. If you think that's a level to get to, bro, you're not going to be a professional basketball player if your ass don't breathe, eat, sleep, dream. And I literally mean that. Now watch this shit. Do you know you study like one of the best ways to study? Like people don't like. I'll tell you in a second. Let me get to the next guy, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate you,
man. Yo, before I go, I just want to say this is, man. You kick some real game right here. I'm watching video.
I appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I see you, Jay. Damn, I lost my train of thought, bro. Yeah, man, but it's the grind that's gonna do it. Jay, how can I help you?
I don't have anything. I don't have anything to say about the last topic you were talking about. I just wanted to talk about the Devin Haney next fight. I actually think that because Ryan is suspended, like I think that should be one of his fights because, well, I think Ryan will beat his ass. But before that, I think that there's a narrative since Ryan beat him that he can't fight punchers, and I think the perfect person to handle that narrative it would be if he fought Rolly because it's a fight against a former champion, and Rolly's a puncher, but he's also not smart enough IQ wise to like figure out the traps and figure out the holes. Because to me, Rolly is like I don't know. More or less a brawler, just like someone who doesn't really have the IQ. And I think Devin would be able to pick him apart, and it would give him a narrative that he could beat an actual puncher who's a former champion.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you, Jay. Thank you, brother.
You're welcome.
You have a wonderful day, man.
You too.
Yes, sir. Oh, I hate you, Phoenix. Rolly still smacked Devin. Oh, it's funny. That's messed up. All right, thanks, Jay. Appreciate you, brother. Honestly, I really couldn't focus on what you were saying because I was thinking that you really do need to think about what you're doing all the time. Like, if you just sit in the chair and you really just fight in your mind, just thinking about throwing punches, just think about anything that you're doing, think about the arguments that you make, just let it spin around in your head while dude, you can make a lot of progress before you ever get back to that gym. Really, you can make a lot of improvements, man. There's a lot of way to improve your life, man. And I know it because I had to come back from rock bottom, so I had to learn it. Now that I learned it, now I'm like, oh, okay, that's how people get real successful. And it's consistent. It's very consistent what makes people very successful. Rolly sleeps Devin in 7. You think so? That's a 12-round fight, bro. I think it's a 12-round fight. I don't know if Rolly got the confidence, man. He can sleep. I just don't think you should try to throw Devin out there too fast. But honestly, at the same time, I don't really care about Devin fighting other than Ryan. I don't care about him fighting anybody other than Ryan, personally. Because I don't know who else I'm going to see. Is he going to fight Puello? You're going to lose to Puello. Liam Paro, they're not paying him to fight Liam Paro. They already said that ain't happening. He's not fighting Teofimo Lopez either. Like, dude, he just need to go ahead and try to drop that lawsuit and try to get that fight with Ryan and get paid in money this time. That's all. That's what you need to do. You need to go ahead and make sure that you got you guys make sure you get paid this time. I would cut my expenses down to nothing too, if I could. The book is out on Devin. Just tuck your chin, step to him. Yeah, tuck your chin and step to him. Tuck your chin and keep going. That's exactly what's about to happen. Tuck your chin and keep going. Dog, hey, dog, that ain't no joke. That's a good plan sometimes. Oh, he said, Rolly's smoking half these people if he has skill, more skill than power. Yeah, I agree. But I like Rolly, though, man. Rolly's a good dude, man. Rolly's an example of somebody that's loyal and somebody that really received a lot because he's a likable guy and he trusts people. I like Rolly Romero, and I think Rolly Romero should get a job covering fights, man. Like, seriously, if Rolly get serious for a second. Don't be a goofball for just a second. And line yourself up a job as an announcer, Rolly. Because, dog, Rolly is funny. Rolly is quick-witted, and he's a nice guy. I wish the best for Rolly, man. You guys used to want me to talk about Rolly because I used to call him Raleigh. I used to call him Raleigh. Raleigh Romero. People are like, it's Rolly, it's Rolly, it's Rolly. Yeah, Raleigh. I used to call him Raleigh on purpose. Nah, but Rolly, I gave him a lot of, because Rolly, I was like, man, Rolly, dude, that's actually a pretty dope-ass name, Rolly. That's a very black name, too, Rolly. Rolly Romero. Rolly Romero, my brother, Rolly Romero. Rolly should have started a podcast. Now, Rolly's a talented guy. I like Rolly, man. I like Rolly. I'm glad that shit fell through, how they tried to set Rolly's ass up. And you see how they tried to, dude, I'm telling you, there's some funny ass stuff going on, man. Dude, somebody tried to ruin Gervonta. They ruined Gervonta's fight with Rolly by putting them charges on Rolly. I'm telling you, man, these accusations that fell on Rolly in the middle of that fight. I don't trust these people, man. I think they're trying to sabotage Tank. I'm going to put a poll in the chat. All right. Nah, I don't want to do that. I'll leave it alone. I'll do that for some other one. But look, man, I'm going to get out of here, man, because I got to get a couple busy. Fanon, is it true that Al Heyman is sick? It's true that Jermell Charlo, they said he's sick. I don't know if he said that's what Jermall Charlo said. I don't know if he's sick or not. I heard that his mother had been sick. So there's a chance that, because somebody did say that Al Heyman had been out of pocket because his mother had been sick. So now if you're saying his mother's not been sick, now he's sick, I don't know. I've heard sickness associated with Al Heyman before, but clearly Al Heyman being sick ain't keeping fights from happening because Gervonta Davis just got the Lamont Roach fight done. You heard it's pretty bad? Well, I hope not, man. My prayers go out to him. I heard it's pretty bad. What did you hear? Oh, that they no, sir. First of all, they're not going to have to negotiate their own fights, bro. Dude, man, let me tell you something, man. Steven Espinoza can do that. That's not going to keep you from getting a fight. Steven Espinoza can do that. Negotiate a fight. Tell Steven Espinoza. Call Steven Espinoza. That's a good backup for Al if he's sick. Yeah, I think Jamal just talking, bro. That's just if Al Heyman dies. You mean when Al Heyman dies? Who takes over the PBC? I have no idea. See, the thing is that it doesn't work. It really doesn't work like that, okay? If say for example, Al Heyman passed away, and I don't want to wish that on anybody. Much love to your family. I hope it's not true. But let's just say when Al Heyman is 95 years old, that the Lord said, "Thank you so much, Al Heyman, for having this life. Now we need you to come on to your next life. You've been around here for 95 years." So at the conclusion of that 95 years that God intended Al Heyman to be on earth, what will happen to boxing? Let me tell you what will happen. That same void that Al Heyman is filling will be filled by somebody else. If you take water, watch this. If you have a pond, right? And you take all the water out of that pond, and you pour it all in the grass, and that pond is 100% empty. If you drive off and come back a year later, all that water will be back in that pond. You know why? Because it will have rained, and the source of the water from the pond will return it there. It will fill back up because it will rain. Okay? Or the water will do this. The water will evaporate and it will go somewhere else, and that same water will fall somewhere else, and it will fall into another lake. Any way you want to cut it. The reason that Al Heyman is successful is because there was a need that he could satisfy. The question should not be if Al Heyman retires, because Al Heyman will retire one way or the other. The question is who's going to be there to fill that void. And does anybody want to know why I say that's the case? If you want to know, put a 1 in the chat and I'll let you know how I know this to be the case. No, let me tell you something, Fiend. It's profitable to care about fighters, and somebody's going to fill that void. There's too much money there. There's too much money there, man. I'm telling you. There's too much money there for the gap of treating people right not to be there. See, let's take, for example, all this lying that goes on about Gervonta Davis. If I am not talking about all the lying going on around about Gervonta Davis, I promise you, there will be another person with a legal education, somebody that loves boxing, sitting in a chair, something like this, doing the exact same thing. And guess what? They may not do it from a legal background. They may do it from a financial background. They may do it from whatever background they got. But if you can get paid for telling the truth, there's going to be people getting paid for telling the truth. As long as there are people getting paid for lying, there's going to be people getting paid for telling the truth. As long as there are people that are manipulating people and getting paid by taking advantage of people, there are going to be people that fill that gap as an alternative to that, and people will eventually flood to them because they will have a bad experience with them and they will be looking for somewhere else to go. Somebody else will hear that and they will provide that to them. I'm telling you, we're not that important. Everything in nature is natural. Everything in nature is natural. Everything. There is nothing man-made. There is nothing constructed by man at all, because everything comes from nature. And you will see it play out one way or the other. I promise you will. It will never let you down. So if you know that being consistent and being honorable and being ethical and being moral has a reason. It has a reason because you're never going to run afoul of the law. You may not get really, really, really big, but you're not going to fall either. See, when you don't really climb super high, you don't have as far to fall. When you stay steady and straight, there ain't too many ways you can go. So you're going to make it. Anyway, Al Heyman will be replaced, bro, because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm already telling my son that shit. I already told my son. I'm like, man, you go to school, you better learn these contracts, son. Because if you're a good person, son, oh my God, you know how much money you can make promoting fights, man? I told my son that shit. I'm like, man, oh my God. This is why you need to know this, son. This is how you throw a party. This is how you throw. Dude, there's no difference between throwing a party and throwing a boxing match. There's no difference between throwing a party and throwing a boxing match. But you got promoters that ain't never thrown a party. You got to be able to throw a party before you can throw a boxing match. If you don't know how to get some girls in your house for free to drink and kick it with you, what you doing promoting? If you can't get a girl with money, you shouldn't be promoting. Floyd said him and Al are one and the same. No, they're not one and the same. They're not. However, Al Heyman can definitely have somebody that will do the job that he does for sure. And matter of fact, Eddie Hearn already tried to steal it. I mean, that's really what DAZN is. DAZN ain't nothing but biting off Al Heyman, but they just don't understand that it doesn't apply in the United States. Everybody tried to do everybody tried to do what Al Heyman did, but they didn't actually do what Al Heyman did. They did the part that they saw, but they didn't really see why it works. Because again, they've never actually had to ever promote. ESPN promotes for them. ESPN was not promoting the Michael Jackson concert. They actually had to promote that. You know what I mean? When you're fighting off a budget, you get a budget, you're not promoting. You're just trying not to lose money. So Eddie Hearn's not even in the United States promoting. They're in here losing money, faking it, so that they can keep their thumb in here. And they figure that they can lose way more money than people are willing to spend on the other guy. That's what's going on in boxing, is that you have the hope that somebody can come around and spin Black American fighters into irrelevancy, until irrelevance. Frequent Flyer, no, he can't. Dude, he doesn't even fuck with y'all, Flyer frequency. He came over here with a blank chip, yeah, because it's not just about the check. And honestly, man, he ain't got more money than them either. Because, dude, watch this shit. Did you not see the deal that Devin Haney got from De La Hoya? That is the terrible deal. Hey, Frequent Flyer, can you come up and talk to me about Devin's contract real quick? I need a YouTube contract expert. Hey, man, that dude be biting off me too, though. Hey, dude, this dude bit one body in Yahweh, bro. I saw it, dog. I saw it. I didn't want to believe it. One body in Yahweh, trust me, I didn't want to believe it. I did not want to believe it. Dude, freaking Flyer, so why you mad at him suing? Because him suing is stupid. Because he's not suing for a bad contract, dog. Because freaking Flyer, he's not suing for a bad contract. He's saying he got a great contract and he made it right. Dog, he's complaining. He ain't complaining about what the problem was. He's complaining about stuff that ain't the problem. He's not saying pay me out of revenue. He's saying I want a bigger percentage of nothing. That's because Bill's out there suing for a larger percentage of nothing, and doesn't seem to realize that's what he's doing. But he probably does realize what he's doing, but he wants to do it, so he's going to come up with a justification for doing it that's strategic. That's what they do. Hey, when people make bad decisions, they will immediately start trying to act like that bad decision was really strategic. Everybody really going to leave PBC if Floyd take that Heyman spot? No, Floyd can't take Al Heyman's spot. Hey, friggin' Flyer. Yeah, thanks, friggin' Flyer. You lose. I know, friggin' Flyer. I know you gave up. Did I get a... Oh, man. Dude, Floyd is... Let me tell you something, man. People are a lot more self-centered than they think. I catch myself doing Floyd-ish type shit every day. Like yesterday when I was talking about, for like a half an hour, I was talking about somebody saying I had a filter on my face. Because I was like, I need to let everybody know I'm handsome without this filter. Man, a woman on the chat said, hey, dude, that's enough of that. Okay, you're handsome. Enough is enough. Let's move on. Dude, when that woman said that shit to me, I was like, damn, she checked me right. I'm out here ego tripping. Somebody actually did check me on the shoulder, got me ego tripping. So I was like, yeah, can't ego trip. You always got to check whether or not you ego tripping. Am I ego tripping? Yeah, Martin, you kind of ego tripping, bro. What up, Brandon House? I ain't seen you in a minute, Brandon House. Louis the Cubas is the one running shit over there. Who is that? Pull out banner. Louis the Cubas is running who? Rocco said Tank's a fraud. Yeah, Tank's a fraud, all right. Yeah, he's a fraud, all right. Oh, okay. Who's got Floyd level petty? Who got Floyd pettiness? Me? Oh, I'm petty as hell. No, I'm not petty. I'm not petty. No, I'm not. All right, I'll tell you what I am. I am ruthless, is what I am. I am basically ruthless. I'm not petty, I'm ruthless. That man said, always stay humble, my friend. Oh, I do. I try my best. I mean, dude, I definitely try to, I am who I am. No, guess what? I am not going to stay humble. You can fuck that. I'm not going to stay humble. I'm not humble. No. You will never catch me being humble. Fuck humble. You will never catch me being humble. Never. I do not believe in being humble. Hell no. No way, no way, no how, no way, no how, no way, no how. Am I ever going to be humble? No, I'm not. What I'm going to do is I'm not going to be arrogant. I will not be arrogant. That's a big difference, bro. Okay? Hold on 1 second. Say, Phoenix, real quick, I'll finish. I promise I won't talk over you. Look, man, my theory of life is this. I am from God, so therefore, I'm a cold-ass dude. Okay? Let me be real. I'm telling you. This is what I am. I take my belief in God very, very seriously. Like my knowledge of God, like the fact that I know God is real. I know God is real, and I know God is omnipotent, and I know he's omnipresent, and I know that I'm here, and so therefore, he is with me. So however you think about it, he is with me, and he is in me, and I am of him. So consequently, I'm the baddest dude in the world. I'm the baddest man on the planet. I'm as bad. Now, there you go. I'm the baddest man. I'm as bad as anybody can be. But here's the thing. Then you got to be like, oh, okay. But isn't everybody else of God then? Oh, you're right. That shit kind of calms me down a little bit. Yeah, you're right. Because if I'm from God, that means they're from God. That means I got to kind of treat them like that, huh? Yeah, dog. Because you know these numbers. Have you ever heard, hey, Phoenix, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
And then I'm gonna let you talk after just this real quick question. It's a good transition to you. Have you ever heard that there is an amazing number of things and decisions your body makes in a nanosecond that your conscious mind never processes?
Yep.
Like what is that? So people don't think I'm lying.
I don't know. Or I don't know the actual number. I know that happens. They liken it to the way that a computer works in the background.
Right. So your mind, in order to do things like stand up, breathe, catch a fly on the back of your head. One thing I'm telling you from a bald-headed man that you will learn, if you're bald, that if you see a fly with your eye, no joke, this is God. This is God. This is one of the reasons I'm telling you God is real. And you guys may think this doesn't prove it. But to me, it proves it every time it happens. I can see looking forward. If I want to catch a fly with my eye, when I see it, I can never catch it. But on at least 15 different occasions, a fly that landed on the back of my head, I snatched him by the wing. Now, let me repeat this. With my eyes, when I see the fly, I can't catch it. But as soon as it touches my head, I can literally grab it by the wing, pick it up and hold it like this. Now you tell me that your eyes and your mind are anywhere near that fast. The perception in my eyes is that this thing is moving all over the place. But remember the theory of relativity? Without your eyes, speed is relative. On the back of my head, that fly is so slow because I can feel it and I can literally do this. That's how slow that fly is compared to me when I can't see it. And I can catch it this easy. And I won't even know sometimes. The first time it happened, he said, that's just your nervous system, not God. Oh, you're a fucking idiot. This dumbass said, that is your nervous system, not God.
Where'd the nervous system come from?
And how do you even know it's your nervous system? Because guess what, stupid? It's not your system. You know why it's not your system? Because I felt it on my head. That's
Five senses.
It was my decision to grab it, dummy. That's not your nervous system. I chose to grab it. It wasn't like I did this. And I'm like, oh, look how fast my hand got back there. No. If it lands on the back of your head, you can make a conscious decision to grab it. That is not your nervous system. It is your nervous system to let you know it was there, but it is something else that allows you to grab it. Just like it's the same thing that allows me to touch this mic right here. I didn't choose. If I see this right here, I can touch it without thinking. That's not my nervous system that did that. I am going to decide. My nervous system is not going to decide for me to touch myself on my nose with my eyes closed. I can feel it. And when you see something stupid, it travels at what? What do they say that speed is? Nothing travels faster than the speed of what?
Well, light.
Light. It is not true that things do not move faster than the speed of light. Your thoughts and the processes you have are faster than the speed of light because you have to be able to perceive light. Light has to be slow to you. If light was not, you wouldn't be able to see it reflect. Now, I'm sure people will say something different because they got different scientific explanations for it. But I promise you, I know for sure, without me, you see, Gizzard says automaticity and reflexes. You can name everything. See, that's what I'm telling you. You guys don't understand what God is. You want to keep doing what Western society does. You think because you can reduce something to its smaller parts, that means you know what it is. Just because you can say, oh, I can explain it in its smaller parts, there are these nerves that go from your hair here to your skin, which then go into your brain, and then you recognize it and you locate it. Bro, all you're telling me is how it works. That does not eliminate that it works. The magic is not in you explaining that it works. It is that it works. And I can prove it to you in boxing. Just because you bozos that continue to tell Terrence Crawford how to fight, have you ever noticed this, Phoenix the Assassin? How often boxers, when they talk about fighting, don't sound anything like trainers that have never boxed. When they talk about the things they're doing in the ring, a lot of times, man, they'll be saying, man, I did this. They'll be like, that's not what I did. I'll give you a perfect example. Teddy Atlas be explaining stuff that Terrence Crawford did and the genius of what Terrence Crawford did. But if you listen to what Terrence Crawford says, dude, Terrence Crawford is saying that he's reacting.
Yep.
And what they do, let me tell you what reductionism does. And then I promise I'll let you cook for a minute. The problem with what that guy did by reducing it is because you are trying to substitute and trying to make God's work look easy by giving it an explanation. Because if you explain it, you think you understand it. So we'll say, oh, that's no big deal that God allowed me to snatch a fly off the back of my head. That's no big deal. All it is a nervous system. Dude, just because you can explain a nervous system doesn't mean that you can create one. You can't deny that it works. So what people do is they try to, like, that's why I got so mad that day that somebody would call me a name. When that dude called me non, that was his desire to frame my existence in a way that was suitable to him. And I was resistant of it. But all of these ideas are still very, 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 very much connected, bro. Anyway, go ahead, man.
Yeah, to touch on a little bit of what you said about, when with Teddy Atlas and Bud.
Bro, hold on a second. God is not a conspiracy, you fucking idiot. It is not a conspiracy, you moron, that you can breathe. It is not a conspiracy that you can eat and you can think. You fucking moron. Just because somebody explains something to you doesn't mean that they can create it. And just because they give you an explanation that helps you understand it a little bit better doesn't even mean they understand it. I mean, I'm telling you, just because somebody tells you that that's how the nervous system works doesn't mean they understand the body. That's just the lens that they're given to you to understand it. But guess what, stupid? Medicine from these doctors don't work. They don't work. All this science and medicine that you're talking about and this explanation that you have, none of the shit works as far as healing diseases. The only thing that they can do is treat them. So since all you can do is treat it and you can't fix it, shut the fuck up talking about how it works. Because you cannot break this shit down to its smallest amount and get an idea for the forest. That's called being lost in the forest for the trees, stupid. Oh, Westside Phil, somebody unblocked Westside Phil. I missed him because King is talking. Because he tried to be Daniel Soto, like Robin Soto, fake his name, sound familiar, so he could troll. Anyway, go ahead, man. Cook for a while, man. I'll let you cook the rest of the time, man. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. No, you good. I just was hopping on right quick. Like, yeah, man, I was gonna go ahead and hate on Devin a little bit. We ain't had enough of that today. So yeah, man, like just listen to what people are saying. Like the crazy thing to me, is that so many people don't see anything wrong with what he's doing. I'm just like, I don't see how you can go about it that way. But it goes back to that one point. Devin is always right.
Bro, they're method actors, bro. They're method actors. I'm sorry, I gotta change it. They're method actors.
I can see that. So yeah, man, like this problem with Devin is just like, I still think Raleigh Romero smacks him. I know a lot of people is down to Raleigh. They don't think he's all that bright. They don't think he got any skill or nothing like that. But like, man, the way that Raleigh was moving against Pitbull, it shows he got some footwork. He knows how to move. His problem was like, Pitbull just wasn't really feeling his punches. So he kept on coming at him. He wasn't able to do nothing with that and, switch it up. He tried to stay away, but eventually, he just got clipped. The fact that we seen Devin couldn't cut the ring off against Ryan, and Ryan was out there shaking his knees and wagging his tongue at him and everything. Like, man, if Rolly move on Devin like that, and still be catching him with heavy shots, nah, see, man, Raleigh sleeps that dude. Raleigh sleeps Devin for sure. I ain't got no doubt. I ain't got no doubt in my mind about that. Then the other thing is, yeah, man, I hope Devin lose this case, and then going forward, start to negotiate for 40%, 47% of net ass whooping, so they're not as bad next time you take one. That would be like the smallest amount of ass whooping he could possibly take. So I think that's what he should put in his contract from now on. So that way he can't say anything about unwanted touches or, battery or nothing. If you put it in this contract that you're not allowed to whoop my ass past 47%. But apart from that, I ain't got nothing else for you. So take it easy, man.
All right, bro. You get back, man. We got this moron about to try to show his ass on here. I hope he tries to act smart and not dumb.
Got you.
No, bitch. I was gonna let you up. And he ran. Dude, I was gonna let you up. I want to know what you were talking about. I want to know what you're talking about. All that shit you was talking. I want to hear that. I want to have a debate about you on what I said. Because I want everybody to hear absolutely ridiculous you're going to sound when you open your mouth. He already clicked the link. He came on and he left. I ain't got all day, but hey, man, on the real, because I got to go work. Yeah, this dude, Daniel Soto, come on, what up, man? What up, come on?
What up, Fanon? How you doing? Can't wait for the fight tomorrow. Undisputed.
Yeah, I'm going to fight tomorrow. Yeah.
I can't believe it. I can't wait for it. It's finally here. And this is where I'm going to give Turkey his props because I do, I'm a fair man. When somebody does the right thing, I salute them. When they do the wrong thing, I call them out. This fight's only happening because Turkey made it happen. He got Bob Arum and Mauricio Sulaiman off their high horse, got the politics out of this boxing that had nothing to do with these two men. And although, and people come on your show, Fanon, they routinely mislabel what are huge fights financially with important fights. Although this is not some mega fight financially, it's a very important fight for boxing. It's a great contrast in styles. I've been an Artur Beterbiev fan for years, since he was fighting on the PBC cards when corporate media ignored him because he was associated with Al Heyman and the PBC. Whenever Yvonne Michelle was working with Al Heyman, his former promoter. And so I've been a huge fan of this guy for years since he first turned professional here in America. I'm going to ride with my guy. I'm going to go 10th round knockout. But, Bevo's certainly capable of winning. I just think that the way that Beterbiev, with his 100% knockout ratio, he went through Joe Smith Jr. in a way that nobody's gone through Joe Smith Jr. He went through him like a warm knife through butter and just dominated Joe Smith Jr. And I just think that he has, and I said it since I first saw him years ago, Fanon, on those PBC cards. I said, this guy has the it factor. This guy is going to do big things in boxing. I said corporate media hyped up the wrong Eastern European. They were hyping up Bum Lovkin, telling us how good he was when he was out there ducking smoke and really not trying to make fights happen. And when Fable Sanchez was lying about his drawing power and that he would fight anybody from 154 to 175. I say corporate media should have been talking about Beterbiev, but since Beterbiev at that time was aligned with Al Heyman, of course they weren't going to hype him up. You remember that, Fanon?
Yes, sir.
Because he was because that's how territorial corporate media is. If you're aligned with what they deem as the wrong outlet, even if you have all the other characteristics that they like or that they usually, put on blast, they'll go against you, just like they did against Beterbiev. But now that he's with Top Rank, of course, now they're hyping him up. And when you talk about people like Cappinger and all these other clowns, Black Krillin, Tim Bradley, that guy is just a joke. and he's been hating on PBC for a while. You know, he got on PBC Fighters for allegedly ducking Terrence Crawford when Crawford was aligned with Top Rank. Fanon, has Bradley, a.k.a. Black Krillin, has he said anything about Terrence Crawford turning down fights and seemingly taking his ball and going home if he doesn't get Canelo? Like refusing to fight Boots, refusing to fight these other guys. Has Bradley said anything about his guy Crawford doing the very thing that he accused wrongly PBC Fighters of doing?
Oh no, and he damn sure just did himself. He did himself what he accused Gervonta Davis of doing, though.
He did, and he ducked Errol Spence because the IBF ordered him to face Errol Spence.
Bro, not only that, dude, Tim Bradley fought. And because I did a tweet on this, Tim Bradley, Kamal fought. He brought Diego Chavez. Well, he brought Diego Chavez up. Diego Chavez was somebody that moved up that he fought. Jesse Vargas moved from 140 to 147 to fight him. Both.
Devon Alexander. Did Devon Alexander move up to fight him?
No. He was there. I think he was there.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
It was 5 people. The 5 people that did it were Jesse Vargas, Brandon Rios, Diego Chavez, Nate Campbell, and Joel Casamayor. Any dude that beat Joel Casamayor at 147 should absolutely shut up about weight bullying.
Exactly. Absolutely.
He fought Joel Casamayor at 147. Joel Casamayor is a 130-pounder when he was 35 years old.
Yep. He's a hypocrite. And people just like him because he fought like an idiot against Ruslan Provodnikov and he got his cranium broken. You know, he just fought like an idiot and just like swinging wildly. I mean, the guy's a joke. He's a company man. He said earlier that when Amazon announced that they were working with PBC and they had made a Keith Thurman versus Tim Tszyu warm-up fight, he announced that he had canceled his Amazon because of that fight. The guy's a definition of a company man. He's a definition of a bootlicker. And hey, if it works, it works.
You got it wrong. He's not a bootlicker. We talked about it earlier. See, he is a buck, right? Isn't he like a big black boxers are like big black bucks, right? He's a buck and he's dancing for them, which makes him a buck dancer.
Okay, you're right.
Literally, dude, I'm telling you, man, I'm using the technical terms for this stuff. What he is doing is literally called buck dancing. You get a buck. See, because you got to remember, black people did not make the term buck dancing up. The word buck dancing is something that white people came up with. So then they wanted a buck dance. They would get a big black buck to dance literally. Tap dance, sing, smile, play the banjo. That's a buck dance. That's where it comes from, a buck dance. So when somebody that was considered to be a buck, which is a boxer, big, strong, bald head, turns from somebody that is seen and virile and strong, and he starts making a buffoon of himself by putting on hats and clown acts, clown shit, dresses. See, one part of it is buck breaking. See, buck breaking is when a buck won't dance. See, first thing you do with a buck is you try to train that buck to dance. But if that buck won't dance, then we going to get this stick and we going to break that buck. And when we break that buck, he going to dance. That's buck breaking. If you don't buck dance, they're going to break you, buck. They're going to take your job. They're going to put you in jail. They're going to lie on your name. They're going to slander you. You know, the shit you're doing to Gervonta, buck breaking. See, because that's what you're doing. You're buck breaking. That's what the media is doing to Gervonta. Buck breaking. You have a buck that is not on our side. We're going to add him stress. We're going to freeze him out if we can. We're going to talk bad about everything that he does until we break him. He will never get any successful fights. He will never get on our top 10 number 1 pound for pound list. We got to break him. And when he starts acting like a good old boy, you know, like Tim did when that buck got broke, when he dared to beat Manny Pacquiao, and everybody got mad at you, Tim. You notice Tim ain't acted that same way ever since, huh?
Oh, yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, Tim, ever since Tim got buck broke by the white media, buck broke. And I'm going to tell you, he got buck broke because he didn't even want to say he won the fight anymore. He said, I was in my house so bad. I felt so bad, so horrible. I had so much pressure. I didn't even want to win the fight. The best thing that ever happened to me, and I'm joking about this, but it seemed like that's what he was saying. The best thing that ever happened to me was that I lost. Because once I lost and I admit that I wasn't that good, then they gave me a job on ESPN. They gave me a rematch. They gave me everything that I needed. And I'm going to earn, and I'm eating steak at a restaurant because they broke you, Buck. And now you're dancing. Tank sucks. Even though Tank did everything, exact same thing that I did, we got to, oh, no, Tank's horrible. Ooh, give me the hat. Hey, everybody, I'm not that dangerous. I mean, for real, bro. That's the psychology of somebody that's been buck broke. They will do anything for you not to fear them. Anything for you not to fear them. Please, I'm not a buck. I'm not that big black buck that you think I am. I'm not. I'm scared. Trust me, I'll dance. I'll take your job. Buck breaking. You don't think I've ever been through buck breaking? I've been through buck breaking. When I wouldn't put your black asses in jail. When I wouldn't use my talent to put your asses in jail. I got buck broke. They did not like me for that. My job was to do that. They didn't like that. Society didn't like it. Why? Because then it's hard to get a job doing other things. Because guess what? If you're going to get paid, if you're not going to put black people in jail, you're going to have to write contracts like the one that, what? Bill got out of who? Oscar De La Hoya. But since I don't want to do that, I'm going to have to work at a McDonald's or some shit. You know what I mean? If you ain't willing to do it. So you got to go through what you got to do to learn what you got to learn so that you don't have to do it. And it took me a long time to get where I am around that. Trust you me, I could have been there 25 years ago my job was, if I wanted to just put you in jail and set a record of putting black people in the south side of Chicago in jail, I'd have everybody in O Block in jail. But guess what, Tim? They didn't buck break me. I'm still on YouTube, and I'm going to tell the truth. Fuck it, till I die. Because I don't want to live that way. I got people telling me that Daniel Kinahan's going to kill me because I did a video. Literally, people on my chat, oh, they're going to kill you because you did a video. Then shit. Let me die over a video because I must have been real important for you to try to kill me over that. Dude, for real, you guys are out here on these fucking streets bugging, bro. Bugging. Because of the money around this stuff. Without a doubt, because of the money around this stuff. But Tim... Once he did that, come on. Once that guy got out of his mouth that he didn't think Tank's fight was going to sell. Come on. Tell me if I'm lying. You like to do this, I'll do this with you. Tell me that I'm lying. Tim Bradley said that Gervonta Davis is bringing another person up in weight. People don't want the fight. And even though the fight is going to do really, really well in the gate, it won't do well on pay-per-view. Because people don't buy Gervonta Davis's pay-per-views. He only can sell out an arena. Number one, is it true that you've heard that been said? And isn't that from Rick Glazier?
That's from Dick Glazier. Yes. No lies detected.
So wouldn't that be Uncle Timmy literally repeating something that came from Rick Glazier on ESPN? Yep.
Repeating a corporate media talking point by a big fraud in Dick Glazier, a Golden Boy employee. So anybody wants to use that guy as some kind of unbiased, unvarnished source is full of shit.
They're full of shit, bro. I'm telling you, dude, come on. All of these debates, man, God put me through all these debates for a reason. I debated these dudes. I'm telling you, Kamal, I've debated these guys, all these dudes one way or another. If I didn't debate them directly, I debated you and mopped your ass indirectly. Believe it. I just whooped your ass before you had enough nerve to show up and get it done in person. So I know full well what these people think. And I'm telling you, these people do not believe what they think. They don't believe these things. They don't believe it. And I have, over the last week, taken a new tactic, and it has paid off twice, where I just had somebody flat out admit that they don't believe what they're saying. And they had to say, you know what? You're right. I don't believe this. I'm just here because somebody's telling me to say it. It's crazy, bro. Go ahead. Come on.
No, you're right. I love listening to you when you're going off like this, because this has got to be talked about. Because, we had YouTube. I first got into the YouTube boxing community because it claimed to be a refuge from corporate media, and it was. And I was talking to people, and then I started to notice, when I started to see certain channels, not mentioning any names, kind of doing the same tactics as corporate media. And I was like, wait a second. The whole reason I was into YouTube boxing community is because I saw it as being a place where you could share your mind, where if you went off the reservation, quote unquote, they could not, isolate you like they did to Teddy Atlas after he was exposing Canelo and Bum Lufkin for their games, because ESPN silenced Teddy Atlas. And even though he was under contract with them, they stopped giving him TV appearances when he started telling the truth about what Canelo was doing and who Bum Lufkin was fighting. Because Teddy Atlas, he says some wild and crazy things, but I'm not going to agree with 100% of everybody. But he has this famous viral moment where when ESPN was hyping up Bum Lufkin and his KO streak, and I don't know if you remember this, Fanon, and Teddy Atlas interrupted the dudes that were, blowing up Bum Lufkin. He was like, against who? And he said it like 10 times. And it was like a viral moment that hit the internet. I don't know. Do you remember what Teddy Atlas kept saying, against who, on ESPN?
Oh, I remember. And that's why his ass got fired. Not about Canelo, about Gennady.
Yep.
Because they were selling Gennady. But again, man, I think I talked about this earlier. But remember, Kamal, that ESPN is a funny situation, bro. ESPN is a funny situation because they really have a huge conflict of interest with boxing. Because they are supposed to be reporting reporting sports. But boxing's the only one really that they really have ownership of, the only people that they support. If they're talking about tennis, they'll talk about tennis fairly because tennis is not on, because ESPN is not, they're not really feeling like they're competing. If they don't get that license, they can't talk bad about the WTA or they will never get the license. So if ESPN isn't covering football, trust you me, if they talk too bad about the NFL, they will never get an NFL contract, and they probably won't even get interviews or anything with NFL athletes. So they have to be on their P's and Q's and all those other sports, even if it's not on their network, because they're the leading network in sports all around. So if they're a sports journalist, but over here in the boxing department, because they don't have to worry about fighting over the licensing. Right? Because Bob Arum is the person that they license with. And Bob Arum, they can take, leave, or replace Bob Arum. So Bob Arum is not going to get mad if they're shitting all over boxing. So that's why their reporters get a shit on all over boxing, because the ESPN don't really care, because they don't have to compete for the contract to get it. There'd be nothing ESPN would love more, I promise you, than being the sole distributor of the NFL, NBA, and NBA, NFL, and what would be the third one? In Major League Baseball. If they could be the only person carrying those sports anywhere, bro, they would love that shit. It would blow them motherfuckers way up. So they're not going to fuck with these basketball players like that willy-nilly. Or the teams, at least. They may mess with some of the kids. They ain't going to mess with the teams and the whole sport. But because Top Rank, actually, because ESPN actually contracts with fighters, because ESPN contracts with fighters indirectly. They don't contract with basketball players, even indirectly. They contract with the league. They don't have a contract with the WBA and the WBC and the IBF. That's that shit that Turkey is trying to change. But honestly, Turkey shouldn't be allowed to change that. because of the records related to it. But anyway, I kind of digress. But yeah, that was all really about the network. I think is the biggest problem, and I think that those guys don't have any journalistic integrity. Honestly, I've never seen a boxing. I don't think I've ever seen a boxing guy on ESPN that I could not find something ethical in some ethical issue that guy has had. Every single one of the people that write for them. And I like Dan Rafael after he left, but he shouldn't be taking tickets. He shouldn't be having people advance him tickets and for hotel rooms and stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure that's why ESPN got rid of him. I'm telling you, Mike Coppinger, I think personally, it's a matter of time for Mike Coppinger. I think it's a matter of time for him before he get caught doing something.
Well, you're right. Coppinger is shady, and like you said, Dan, when he was working with ESPN, I had several run-ins with him online because sometimes
he's working for ESPN now.
Dan Rafael, I'm talking about. I'm going back to Dan Rafael.
Rafael.
Yeah, when he was with ESPN, I had several run-ins with him because of the way he disrespected talented Cuban fighters like Regan Doe and Laura, and then he would be a fanboy of Bum Lovkin and his certain favorites, and so he and I engaged back and forth on social media a few times. And I just remember thinking, this guy's not a journalist. He's a propagandist and a publicist. And then for the controversy that you mentioned, also don't forget the fact that he would talk about going to Bob Arum's house on a Sunday and having lunch with him. And people didn't like that. And I was like, what's going on here? That's another reason why I got into YouTube boxing, is because, certain people, we would bring up these kind of conflicts of interest where you're going to somebody's house for lunch and talking about it. And then I was like, yeah, man, that's wrong. What's up with that? And then I see now certain YouTube channels bragging about how at the behest of someone that they support, they're going to their hotel rooms, they're getting meals and all this other stuff. And I'm saying, wait a second. The whole reason I like YouTube is because we were against that kind of behavior. So I'm not going to praise you for doing the very same thing I criticized in corporate media. So it's not a matter of, okay, I'm disliking the guys on top, but I'm okay with the principle, because that's what it became a lot of times with this boxing. It became, okay, so you want to do the same things that corporate media does, but I'm not supposed to criticize you for it. And if I do criticize you for it, it's I'm a hater, I'm this and I'm that. You know what I mean, Fadon? It's the same. Yeah. It's a principle regardless of who's doing it.
I'm just telling you, man. Now this is where me and you have always disagreed. We usually don't. When you say we be disagreeing, sometimes I'll be thinking, we don't really disagree. This time, I think we really do disagree. I don't give a shit if it is a corporate media, new media, old media. I don't care. If that shit got media on it, that shit is PR in boxing. If it's got media on it. Now, you may have a media watchdog, though. There are a couple media watchdogs. Personally, I think like Boxing Ego is a media watchdog. I know they say media, but to me, he feels more like a media watchdog because he's telling you what the news is saying, but he's telling you this shit don't make no sense. That is more of a media watchdog than somebody that is really trying to be out there really pushing the big news. And because the dudes that do that tend to lie a lot. So and that's why I know that's your guy, and I got a lot of respect for him. So I wanted to give him a shout out because I'm not talking about him, but I just see him as a media watchdog. Is somebody that, let me go watch him because I want to know what he thinks about what these media people are saying. Because if I go to him, I think I can get a good idea about what's real and what's not real. That is media watchdog. The media itself, you can't trust for shit. The media watchdogs, you can trust because and you can trust them for the same reason that you can't trust the media. You can't trust the media. And I'm not saying that everything the media is saying is lies. And I'm not saying everything that they say is true. I'm talking about the principle of trust and giving them the benefit of the doubt and looking at them dudes with a wary ass eye. Okay, that's all I'm saying with trust. I look at all boxing media with a wary eye, not on the facts, because they almost always get the facts right. The problem is that shit that Mike Coppinger does, where he is skewing those facts ever so subtly and allowing people to draw conclusions that are not supported by the facts that he has. Okay? So when you start manipulating your language, and leading people to believe something based off your phrasing that you know yourself you don't have sound foundation in, you are taking advantage of your journalistic skill set and turning it into witchcraft and manipulating people with it. Because you know full well these people are not going to distinguish between contemplating retirement and actually being retired. And they damn sure are not going to contemplate the subtle difference, dude, between considering and contemplating. Now, Kamal, I think that you're a fairly literate person. If I was to say I am contemplating death, right? It's if I said I was contemplating death, what would that mean to you?
That would mean you're examining the concept of death and how it affects your life. You know, it's a philosophical kind of
right, contemplation. You're just
brainstorming. Yeah,
that's what contemplation means.
Yes, brainstorming. That's the word I was looking for.
That's all it means. It means that but guess who contemplates retirement? Every fighter in boxing contemplates retirement. Every fight. Every time you go to work, every person in the world contemplates retirement, contemplates not working again, and what it would be like. Just because your doctor is out there retiring thinking, man, whoa, what would I do if I didn't have to go to work today? Let me contemplate. That's not the same thing as you don't know if he's going to work, Mike. So bad word usage, bad word usage, Mike. So let me ask you another question. If I said, I am considering dying, what would you think that meant? Considering. If I changed it from contemplating to considering, I am considering death.
That means that you're probably about to call Dr. Jack Kevorkian and ask him for an appointment.
Exactly. So the difference between Mike Coppinger with your lying ass, Mike, through your word placement and your implications related to death, related to Gervonta, you sneaky shit, was to have people believe that this retirement is real. Or you just used a bad word usage. And if I was your English professor, you better believe I would slap the shit out of you for doing that. Do you mean contemplation, or do you mean that he's seriously considering it? Because there's a huge difference, Mike. And you know there's a huge difference, Mike. Why would you say that in front of these people? Now you got all these people wondering whether my guy's going to actually retire or not. All I told you is you know what it is. He's feeling a little stressed out. He's wondering what he's going to do after retirement. But that don't mean that he's going to do it. And it damn doesn't excuse him for ducking Gervonta. Anyway, that's why I don't like Mike Coppinger, bro.
No,
and I don't think Dan Rafael's that bad, honestly.
Well, no, since he left ESPN, and I think it was a shock to him personally when they didn't renew his contract. I think he's become humble.
Oh, he got suckered. He got fucked is what happened. I'm going to tell you what happened to his ass. I think this is what happened to Dan Rafael. Personally, this is what I think happened. I don't have any facts. This is just all off what this is kind of like Diddy speculation. Okay? Diddy speculation on that one was this. When Eddie Hearn decided he was going to have his American invasion, right? And he started DAZN, dude, he's competing with Bob Arum and ESPN. So I think he got suckered by Eddie Hearn because Eddie Hearn invited him to a fight, and then he gets on a camera like Eddie don't know better and says, hey, man, how great is this at ESPN? Now, remember, he's not on ESPN. Dan Rafael's on ESPN. He's on DAZN that competes with ESPN. So he's on a competing network and says this about boxing on his competing network. Oh, how great it is. All I got to do in America is pay for these guys' hotels and pay for his meals, and I can get favorable media treatment. I paid for Dan Rafael's stuff. He said that shit on camera. People did videos about it. And after that, he didn't get his contract renewed after being there for years. That's because the higher-ups got a wind, I think, of the fact that you took that money because you took the room. And guess why you shouldn't take the room, Kamal?
Conflict of interest.
Conflict of interest. And ESPN is
a
more
competitor.
than big. Well, watch this. ESPN is more than big enough to be able to reimburse your ass for a hotel room.
Yes.
Do not tell me they're not paid. If I'm ESPN, dude, I pay you enough money where you can go and pay for it with our stuff. Oh, I get what you're doing, Dan. You're freelancing. You're freelancing on my dime. Oh, you're going to hold on, man. When we ESPN send you somewhere, we're going to pay for you to go there. We don't want you to turn in receipts and all that stuff to us. We're just going to put you in there and send you there, and you come back. We don't care. It's on the budget. Matter of fact, call our accountant or call our travel agent and make your arrangements. And don't worry about the money, because that's how big companies do it. Big companies ain't making you come out of their pocket for expenses in business a lot of times. So anyway, you are freelancing and you got paid extra money on the slide for slipping some shit in an ESPN article. See, that's when you get caught with your hand in a cookie jar, because white boys usually white boys get away with that shit all the time. You don't see a black dude doing that shit. We would have been fronted out on that shit a long time ago. We'd have been fronted out by the white people a long time ago for trying to do that shit that he did, which is called double dipping.
Mm-hmm.
That shit's called double dipping.
Yep.
You are getting something from him and you're getting something from me. And when I used to, in companies, and guys will do that in companies, executives do that in companies. They will not only turn in an expense that had nothing to do with the trip or better yet, they could take a trip, charge you for the trip, and charge somebody else for the trip at the same time, because they're doing two work events at the same time.
Yep.
So that's where I think happened with Dan Rafael. That's what I think. And which would mean, if I'm right, and again, that's just what I think, that a promoter will fuck over a reporter in a second, because the promoter can keep the reporter from having any connection to that fighter during the fight time. Won't give him a press pass. Kind of like the PBC did to bitching ass Mike Coppinger, and won't even let him in the fights. So now he's all peeing in his pants. And now he's peeing in his pants every opportunity he gets.
Yep. Don't forget they did that to Steve Kim and those guys on those guys with Ring a while ago.
They should have done it to him.
Yeah.
They should have done it to him. Because you're not journalists. What they are is they were, but see, everybody knew that with Oscar. But I'm telling you, what's the difference with Turkey? Like, you like Turkey. Dude, I'm not fucking with what Turkey's doing for the same reason I'm not fucking with Oscar and Ring Magazine's doing. Because Turkey is going to take over control, if he gets his way, of the WBC, the WBA, the IBF, Ring Magazine, and Fight Facts. If he does that, I'm trying to tell you, dude, that shit is so... You're going back to that. I'm telling you. What Turkey Al-Sheikh is doing will take boxing back to the 1790s. You will not know if the fighter that you're fighting is the actual fighter you're fighting. You would not know because you're going to pay the sanctioning bodies not to do their job. Think about it. If you create a revenue source for the sanctioning bodies that are not related to their purpose, which is identifying fighters and IDing them and making sure they are who they are, and that if they don't get paid for doing that, if they get paid for working for Turkey, then they're going to do what Turkey wants. The only way that they're going to do what they're supposed to do is if they get paid to do it. You guys don't understand. When he say they're taking it over, they mean it. Not just the shit that you don't like, but also the shit that works. Not everything in boxing is bad. The sanctioning bodies, again, I'm telling you, you all do not know what the sanctioning bodies are there for, because you never read the Ali Act. If you want to know what a sanctioning body is there, well, it's for, Andre Ward, go read the Muhammad Ali Act line for line, and it will tell you what they're there for. They're there to protect you from people like Turkey Al-Sheikh, who can, by the way, because he's global, can take a fighter from Saudi Arabia, change his name, fly him into the United States, and have you fight in a completely rigged fight, and you didn't even know it. They could have Olympians and they could have kids in age ranges that they're supposed to be fighting in, and you wouldn't know it because Turkey can change their records. If Turkey owns all those things, Turkey can take a phone and change your entire record. You are now 30-9 and set his fucking phone down on you. But you guys don't think because they're giving you little nickels and dimes on the way there. Oh, he's giving. Think to yourself, why would somebody be willing to lose $30 million if they weren't buying something? They're just buying something. And they're telling you in their face what they're buying. There's no way in the world they should be allowed to have a partnership with the WBA, the WBC, the WBO, and have partnerships with promoters and managers. That shit violates every single solitary fiber of the Ali Act. It is ripe for corruption, and you guys are begging for it. I'm telling you, Kamal, that is the organizational conclusion to this. Because it's a monarchy that he comes from. And people from monarchies think like monarchs. People that are capitalists think like capitalists. He thinks like a monarch. What does a monarch think? What does the prince that is going to become the king, what does he think about? He thinks like a monarch.
Yes.
That's what they're doing. They're thinking like monarchs.
I'm not saying that I dislike or like him. I think that there are good points that he does, and there's certainly bad points. And I don't think that he will be successful in the approach that you're saying that he will do, because when someone doesn't do what he wants, like Tim Tszyu, Tim Tszyu got Mertzalayev. Now he says, okay, I'm done with you. Or he tried to stiff arm Canelo and Gervonta Tank Davis, and they don't need him.
Right.
And
because he's a monarch.
Yes. Yes. And I think that to understand Turkey and to understand the Saudis, you really have to look at their history. And you have to look at the changes that the Crown Prince, who's probably one of the top 3 most powerful men in the world, the soon-to-be king of Saudi Arabia, has done. And he has changed his country, he's modernized, and he's done a lot of good things. And so I think that the Saudis, through sports investiture in soccer and in boxing now and WWE, that they are trying to increase tourism to their country. They're trying to increase the image, the public relations, as you mentioned, of their country. They're trying to change public opinion about their country. And in reality, the Crown Prince has changed the country for the better. Because there were those of us who remember around September 11th where people were saying, wait, a lot of these guys were funded by Saudis, or a lot of these hijackers were Saudis. And he's gotten rid of all of that. And so when people criticize the guy, this is kind of going off of the sports, but politically, the Crown Prince, it's like, no, he's actually a pretty good guy who's modernized his country, allowed women to drive, which was crazy. You think women couldn't drive, before, and he's done a lot of good things. And I think a lot of what we're seeing with Turkey is related to that. It's related to, commercials.
I got that, but here's the thing. Again, we are way over there about what's good for Saudi. What I'm talking about, I'm not talking about what Saudi Arabia is doing. Like Saudi Arabia, hey man, God bless you. Continue to do what you do. I hope everything works out well in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Yemen, all of that. However, I'm talking about people over here in boxing, talking about these young black fighters in Lamont Peterson, who has all these dudes shitting on him and his reputation, and acting like a fight like this Gervonta Davis shouldn't happen because it doesn't fall in line with the downhill dictates of that monarch. See, the problem is that the monarch, and I had a long talk about this. You have to understand what a monarch is. A monarch is someone that is gratiated by God to rule over men under the authority of God on high. So therefore, nothing that the true monarch says can be questioned. They're not into logic. They're not into science. to the extent that they'll use it to the extent that it helps them achieve what that man wants them to achieve. But their motivation, their entire why they're doing it is related to God. And it is related to the crown prince being an emissary of them, or the king. Now, I don't know Islam, so I don't know the relation between Muhammad, Islam, and the monarchy. I don't know that. But I do know for sure, as an organizational principle of government, a monarchy versus even in a democracy as well, but specifically a monarch, is invited by God himself. And that's why you see the Pope giving him his crown. That's even when you see Putin take over, when you know where Putin goes, he goes to those Orthodox churches with that big head. Krigl, what's his name? Krigl? I don't know what his name is. It's like it's Pastor Krigl or something.
Kirill, yeah.
Kirill.
The head of the Russian Orthodox Church. Kirill.
He ain't fucking around with that dude. Like, people say that Putin is could be one of the most powerful people in the world. He ain't fucking with that dude because he'll be dead 3 weeks later. Because God is the one that the Russian people believe gave them that land. And this country is run by Putin. But if the church says this man is not doing the will of God, they will rise up and destroy that man. Just like if you have imams throughout the Middle East dealing with the government over there, dude, if them imams rise up, bro, that's your ass. Them imams rise up, bro. If the imams rise up, dude, ain't no leader surviving in Islam if the imams rise up. So we know God runs them. So we got to understand that. They're not looking at boxing as if it is some creature of our democracy. They believe that God is all. And this is our emissary, God. And I don't know what their structure is, but let's say this is their structure. That God has allowed us to have the imams who speak to us and give to us the wisdom of God. And then we have our armor, we have our strength, we have our executive, the one that goes out there, and that is the President Putin. See, Kriegel is the one that brings us the message from God and inspires us and tells us that we are doing God's work under the direction of Putin, who shall lead us. But as soon as those guys don't fuck with Putin, Putin is gone. And I'm going to tell you right now, if truly Black Americans were Christian, that's why they don't want a Black Messiah. That's why you have to have the death of a Black Messiah. Because a Black Messiah is a messenger of someone that the message from God. If a Messiah brings you the message from God, and God is the reason that you are in this planet, you must follow the message. And that message trumps anything anybody else says, so you can't allow that to happen. Because what is that? That's called separation of church and state. You will never allow a state to, and that's what T. Orlando Pearson read off to me about the separation of church and state, and the government shall not allow it to be established any type of religion for the country. So clearly, the religion of the government sees sex of religion as a national security issue based off the Constitution. So when they say the rise of a Black Messiah, they don't mean that God is going to come bring somebody that, this has been 3,000 years since his birth. No, it is preventing anybody from connecting the mission of God to your life purpose that contradicts what they want you to do. They want the state to be your God. They don't want God to be your God. And if a messenger can convince you and tell you why, that messenger must stop. So we're going to prevent the rise of the Messiah. They didn't say they'd stop the message. See, when the message gets there, they just got to manipulate the message because the message is out. But they will keep your ass dumb, not educate you. They will keep drugs in your neighborhood. They'll keep plenty of guns, plenty of diseases, plenty of shit from you ever to figure out that God is within you. They will do all kind of shit to prevent you from ever truly believing that. Because it fundamentally shakes the foundations of any organization. And I don't care if you're all the way from a monarch down to a local government. If your local preacher in your neighborhood tells those old ladies that you are not with God, you are losing that election, period. Because they don't care about your laws. They care about this book called the Bible they can't read. And this book called the Bible that they can't read, that guy tells me what it says. So if he says, or he don't seem to like you, hey man, he's the word of God. Because I can't read these words. I'm illiterate. I got to listen to his words. I'm telling you, man, it's got trickle down effects, man. You got to be careful of this stuff, man. We can't, because that's how Africa got, that's why Africa's in slavery. Underestimating people and not thinking to yourself, what do they really think? And get to the core of it. There's nothing that Turkey al-Sheikh is going to do that is going to keep him from acting like a monarch. He will act like a monarch. He has to. He's a monarch. He's a member of a monarchy. He represents a monarch. So if he walks in there and he represents the royal prince, you have to bow down to him. Because if you don't bow down to him, you're not bowing down to the prince. And guess what princes do to people that follow them? They can't have people follow them. They get rid of them in a very undemocratic fashion called beheading in the middle of a goddamn park on television for everybody to see. That's what monarchs do when you act like you can't do what they want done. And tell me I'm lying, that's not what monarchs do. That's monarchy. That's rule by monarchy. I execute you, not a trial. I do. And they used to have in old days that the king had to be the one that swung the sword to kill you. Because if God gave you the right to take that man off this earth, then you're the one that has to do it with the sword. I'm telling you, man, there's some real old school understanding of government and Rome and England and what you call the common law and the justifications for the common law. Bro, you will really get down to what this stuff is. And you should not play around with monarchy, man. I'm telling you, monarchy is a double-edged sword. Monarchy, you can get things done very fast. So if they want $5 billion in the United States for boxing, you better believe that monarch can get it. The only problem is that monarch is also going to have to balance that. And you may also get some shit that you don't want from him. I'm telling you, it's not personal against Turkey al-Sheikh or personal against the Saudi Arabian. There's a reason that the United States of America is not a monarch. And there's also a reason that slavery was really started by monarchs. Because a monarch called Queen Elizabeth of Spain and another monarch, whoever it was, of Portugal, decided that they were going to get permission from God to enslave us. So they called God's representative, called a pope, and said, hey, Pope, we want to enslave all these people. And he said, you can do it because God said it is okay. Oh, we got God's permission to take over their land and invade them and kill them all. Let's go. That's monarchy. This started slavery, Holmes. And then the United States, to become independent of that monarchy, had a civil war.
Well,
you are not, huh?
Well, to be fair, I will say that the monarchs that you mentioned in Europe were not the first people to start slavery from Africa. It was actually the Arabs. It was the Arabs.
And it wasn't even
when the Europeans went to the Arabs, went to the Muslims, and the Muslim Arabs said, these people in Africa are who you need to enslave. We've been enslaving these people for hundreds of years. And actually, the Arabs up until today are still enslaving black people. Saudi Arabia got rid of it, but they had slavery going on well into like 20 years ago. Well, but in Libya right now, they have slave markets. When they got rid of Gaddafi, they have open slave markets. So it was the Arab Muslims that taught the Europeans and said, hey, look, these people from Africa, these people are inferior to us. We've been enslaving them and taking them to Arabia. You guys do it. And then the Europeans picked it up.
You're like, honestly, bro, I think you're like 30 or 40,000 years upstream. Because the real thing is the people that started slavery were black people in Africa. They started slavery. And I know they started slavery because they started everything in culture. However, you got to understand, slavery is, when you just oppose that today to freedom, is really a capitalistic idea. And they didn't have capitalism in that sense then. But what they did have was people that were tied to the land, people that were tied to the tribe, people that would be given jobs that they must do. But again, slavery is saying that you have to be there, you have to do that job, right? Now, you can say what type of slavery or what type of, let's not use slavery, let's say servitude. I think that's a broader term that will help understand. People say chattel slavery, they say, you hear conversations, well, chattel slavery is different than indentured servitude, which is different than feudalism, which is different than apartheid, which is different than corporate wage slavery. And I'm telling you, they're all different and they're all different words, but they still have the same distinct quality, is that you must give of yourself your own individual liberty under the direction of another human being. And we give that to you to have control over us. It doesn't matter. It's going to all come around to that. Whether it's wage slavery, because honestly, bro, if money is a chain, I've always thought of money as a chain, not as a liberator. It's a chain because you can't get anything without it. If you don't have the money, that means that food right there you cannot have. You'll go to jail because you do not have it. Right? That means your chain ain't long enough to reach it. If you had a couple more links in your chain, you could have grabbed it. So what's the difference between Puffy and his billion-dollar houses and all that? It's just how far you can go with the things you have. But guess what? They can always pull it back. Immediately pull it back. They can pull it back with inflation. They can pull it back with damage to your reputation. They can pull it back with just, general market trends, putting businesses out of business. You can have people coming in and immigration. All that stuff affects it. All that stuff, all of that stuff affects it. But at the end of the day, it's all still about controlling the resources of people and directing the resources. And whenever you do it, you got to have a justification for it. So European, they couldn't do God because black people invented God as a concept. Like, I'm going to speak out of school here. I'm telling you what I really believe after 55 years of understanding things. I believe God is really the philosophy of ancient Africa to explain everything. It is a total, God is the only operational total theory of everything that exists, where you can literally explain anything and everything that takes place on any level with the concept of God that Africans laid out, which contains spiritual things. But it's completely, totally complete. But they thought of that idea. See, so what does Europe do? They change that into superstition, and then they create their new system called science, which ultimately is going to go right back to what they said about God in Africa. So I'm telling you, if we claim that African civilization is African, we got to take the good and the bad. We got to take the things that were good that came out, but we also got to take the things that are bad that came out of there. Like the enslavement of animals, which is called domestication of animals. Africans were the first people to domesticate animals. That's slavery for an animal. Africans were the first person to ever to have a field and sow fields and plow fields and have agriculture. Guess who pulled those fields? Animals that you kidnapped and bred. That's slavery of another animal. The very first person to have a concept of human beings being better than every other thing on planet was the black man. Because we thought ourselves as being greater than all of the other humans, the other non-humans around us, and it gave us right to build castles, for us to grow our territory, for us to drive other animals on this land. But there's all kind of things around civilization and the suffering of human being and civilization that started in Africa, as much as the things that we celebrate and we congratulate. So you have to think maybe the reason that it went wrong, maybe the reason we're in the situation is because we invented something that was not balanced, something that was off. And since it was off, the further it generated and further it went, eventually people took advantage of those weaknesses and came back and enslaved you with it. It's literally the historical example of being hoisted on your own petard. You create the very same system that enslaves you. And you can see this in all kind of different systems, movies where they talk about a really great brainiac that is hidden and suffering inside of the maze of technology that they developed. That's the black man. if what you say is true about the origins of civilization. And also, the inbred resentment of people towards us could be that long memory of that, if what we say is true. So I'm not above any type of critique of politics. I'm not above a critique of Africa. I'm not above a critique of Europe. But Europe is our baby. Is Africa's baby. And you have to understand how long it was in between the time that Africa was at its peak and Europe got out of a cave. It's like 30, 40,000 years. So eventually, when they got to where they were by grinding, right? They're out there hunting animals, killing people, doing whatever they got to do to get out them caves. Meanwhile, people in Africa living in civilization. Well, what happens to everybody when you're living in civilization and you're living in big old houses and you got big old gigantic pyramids and everything's made of gold and you got so much money, you can throw money out of a truck all the way to Mecca. You piss them poor people off and they come rape you for everything you got. And that's what happened to Africa. Great success, great arrogance, huge monuments. We're the center of everywhere. We are the intermediary between God and the animals. Human, man of color, because that's what human means, man of color. Not man who is not possessed, who has no physical nature. And you know why Africa knew this? Come on. Because Africans had to start everything. Since Africa was where we started, Africans had to actually learn how to start a fire. They actually had to learn how to dig out a cave. They actually had to learn how to communicate and hide from big animals that wanted to kill them. They went through a prey stage that the rest of human society didn't go through. So they had to go through that entire prey stage until the development of human beings and civilization. And that's accomplishing a lot. But then once you became arrogant, you had some young, hungry white folk or Europeans out there in cages that said, look, man, we hungry out here, man. We ain't got no, it ain't no, do you know the sun don't hardly shine where they're from? Like it rains all the time. There's all kind of snow, all kind of terrible weather. The land isn't any good. Can't grow shit for nothing. They eating potatoes for centuries. You better believe they see your ass walking down that street with that gold. They coming to get it. And we got beat up and we got our shit took. That's what it looks like to me. So the idea, because I'm telling you, I look at world history as if that shit wasn't more than a week. Because you got to connect everything. We ain't going to get nowhere until we get real hungry. And as long as we continue to think we're rich because white people give us something and think we're important because they put us on a pedestal, guess what? We're just going to be pets. We're not going to be wild animals out there in the caves of Europe plotting on how we're going to take over the world for the next 100,000 years. And guess what they did? They did it. They plotted in Europe how they were going to take over everything. And it took them a couple years, 100 years to do it, but they ain't quite done. So they're still working on it. But guess what's going to happen eventually? Eventually, that shit's going to fall apart like everything else that lives. It's going to fall apart. And then the most gutter people there are going to rise up. Because when everything goes bad, everything's in the gutter. And when everything's in the gutter, guess who wins? Gutter niggas win. You can't compete with gutter niggas in the gutter. And that's why Europe continues to war with everybody, because gutter niggas war. So you are never going to beat them in a war. That's what they believe. So you're just going to have to find a way to win that doesn't include a war, a physical war. And that's going to be spiritual enlightenment, which, by the way, is something that the Africans originally had, which allowed them to start a fire. But once they got a big ass ego and brought in capitalism and marketing and growth and slavery and all the other mechanisms, their system became unbalanced with nature and it fell. So the question is, what are we going to do? Instead of start listening to these people that want to repeat to you every single solitary fact in history, but don't know how they work together. They want to tell you the dates and the names and all of that, but they don't want to say, hold on, man. I think black people in Africa fucked up real bad and created basically a big slave trap called civilization, right? Because that's what it is. We're not going to be hunting and gathering or doing that anymore. We're all going to sit right here on this farm and we're going to start at 8 and we're going to go to sunrise and I'm going to give you some food. And this is how we're not going to have to hunt. So they decided not to have to hunt. They did agriculture, Eventually, you have to have people for that. Then you need people to work for free because that's cheap. So you enslave them. That is a byproduct of what we did with civilization, period, when we enslaved animals. See, but because we're so arrogant and we think we're better than everything else, we don't believe that an animal can be enslaved. We just call it domestication. And you think that because our Bible teaches you that God gave us dominion over them, that means they don't have a soul, they don't have a spirit, and anything that you do to them will not come back on you. That's something that started in Africa. So really, that's why I say we got to work our way out of this. We're not going to preach our way out of this. You got to work your way out of it. Anyway, Kamal, I'm good going forever, bro. I'm about to get off. I'm sorry. I've been on one, man.
No. I appreciate it. And when I was talking about, you're 100% right. When I was talking about slavery, I didn't mean the people that invented it. I meant the people that invented taking people specifically in the context of out of Africa.
Yeah. Right.
And to other places were the Arabs. Of course, slavery initiated internally in Africa, and you're 100% right, because even if you corporate media and the movies, they won't even tell you the truth, because if you watch The Gladiator and really watch it with an open eye, I tell people this every time. The Russell Crowe movie came out in 2000. Watch the depiction. If you remember The Gladiator, how did they depict the northern Germanic tribes in The Gladiator, Fanon?
If they had northern Germanic tribes, fucking animals.
And that's how they were depicted. That was one of the few depictions of white, blonde-haired people. And they were, because they were at the time.
Viterbi is a fucking animal, bro.
Well, at that time, the Germanic tribes, and remember, English is a Germanic language. So England, there are ties between England and Germany that go back centuries, okay? But in Gladiator, you guys rewatch it, because they'll show you how Rome fell apart, because Rome's crown possessions, and corporate media and the education system won't tell you this, Fanon, their crown possessions were in Africa. And this is not the post-Arab invasion of Africa, where Northern Africa, Morocco, Algeria, Egypt became Arabized from people moving from the Arabian Peninsula. This is the black Northern Africa.
Let me, I want to chime in on something, because I want to do something. It's a metaphysical thing real fast. Everything that human beings are ever going to want and ever going to need is in Africa, period. It's nowhere else. And you know why we know that to be true? Because that's where we were developed. Nothing that we need is not going to be in Africa. Because when God created us, all humans, he made us there. So everything we needed for the millions and billions of years of development that we got to get here came from right there. So any phone you need, anything that you can create, anything that you think is going to be there. That's why it was so necessary to keep that wild. The one place that these people do not, I'm telling you this, one place these people will never completely industrialize is Africa. Because everything else is supposed to be exploited. And I mean that very, very seriously. People move from Africa to exploit resources out west. That's why people move. That's why people migrate, for the resources. But once you have the resources also, I kind of lost my train of thought. Anyway, long story short, bro, I just don't think we should be I'm not looking at this stuff like it doesn't have real downhill effects. Anyway, I'm sorry. Like I said, I've been on one today.
No. I enjoy listening to you, Fanon, but I just want to say, and I encourage you, Fanon, to rewatch Gladiator, because in that movie,
no, bro, I know. Trust me.
It's a rare depiction of what actually happened, because,
what kind of things did they say happened?
Well, it depicted how Rome fell. You see how the beginnings of Rome falling. Rome fell because it expanded north. Rome's possessions were in Black Africa, Egypt as
you
well
went on
as,
mute. You went on mute.
Carthage, which is in modern day Tunisia. Sorry, I got a call that came in and interrupted me.
You know why they did that, right? They did that for security. Because they didn't have to go anywhere other but Africa. They had all the money, all the gold, all the stuff that they needed. That shit ain't nothing but ego. and trying to be a god. But again, I'm telling you, when you're a messenger, you need to have a message. So there's never going to be satisfied because they got to order you. And in order to order you to do something by virtue of God, God had to talk to them. So God's going to talk to them every day. And guess what? God is going to have you doing something every day, and you're going to be at war forever. Like I'm telling you, man, there is a basic idea, dude, that civilization is slavery. All of civilization is slavery. The whole thing. We just see, my guy, Neely Fuller Jr., I got this from Neely Fuller Jr., right? Neely Fuller Jr. talked about racism and confinement and greater confinement. And what he said was that black people in America are in confinement just as in life, right? But when you get arrested, they just put you in greater confinement. So I listened to that, and then I read this book, which is called Civilized to Death. And Civilized to Death was a book that was written about when people came to the United States, and you had a lot of people that were still living in hunter and gatherers, right? They tried to get young children who are hunters and gatherers and get them a house. They got them a house. They got them a garden. They gave them a job. They got them really, really nice stuff. They had animals. They had food. They had everything that they needed, right? And say they did that, because I don't remember the exact experiment. Say they did that for they know about, 15 or 20 different people that did it. But I really think it was 5 that they tracked. So 5 people did it. Every one of the people that no matter how long they were there and being watched, as soon as they left them unattended, they came back a year later and those people were nowhere near that house. The animals were gone. The house was still there. They didn't take anything. They just left. And the reason that they did it? Because they were like, that's slavery. I can go kill a bird. See, these are people that are literally walking around, bro, kicking it with their boys and looking at an animal like, hey, let's go shoot that bird. Let's eat that bird. Yeah, I get it. Boom. And they shoot the bird. That's their life. But then you give them all their food and tell them what they need to do with every waking moment is produce something for you. We're going to take away all the fun of hunting. We're going to take away all the fun of fishing. We're going to take all the fun of fighting away. Everything that makes life worth living, being free, we're going to take away from you so that you can get easy to produce food and in order to do and security, because you don't have to worry about an animal coming in there. Because trust me, we got police and gun all around you. So you don't got to worry about no wild animals. Now you may have to worry about the wild animal with the gun that'll shoot you, and you are surrounded. And matter of fact, I think everybody in the world is surrounded now because there's literally a border everywhere in every state, every country, everywhere. Because why? Civilization is a beehive that continued to grow, and people just wanted to spread it, but it still is limited, is putting you in work for other people. That started with the civilization that Africa started, and it started, I'm telling you, with the domestication of animals. I think the domestication of animals is probably the greatest moral sin in Africans' history. Is literally kidnapping their brothers and sisters and making them slaves to them. Because that's what we did to animals. And nobody has ever had really has respect for animals now. I'll be around my dog in the back. Bro, after a couple months of being with your dog and just walking around with your dog, boy, you will really realize exactly how smart your dog is and how he's communicating and talking to you, but you don't know it because you don't understand it. But over longer, you'll start seeing, damn, this dude really has a distinct personality. He knows he can fuck me up because my dog plays with me like that every once in a while. Every once in a while, he'll look at me like a real dog. And I'll be like, man, stop fucking with me. And he'll just be like, hey, and he'll just start jumping around because he knows he scares me for real anytime he looks at me like that. But he doesn't really growl. He just give me that hard look like, yeah, let's go. But it's a game to him, right? But you literally got people, if you talk to them, do not think animals have spirits. They don't think animals have souls. They don't think animals have the right. They don't even have the right to exist outside of us. How are human beings going to solve our own problems when we literally do not see the squirrel outside as something equal to us in the eyes of God? I'm telling you, it's a delusion that is on an entirely another level for all of humanity. If you cannot see a bird and know that that bird knows exactly what you're doing, that frog knows full well what it's doing. It's doing what it was designed to do. And it likes doing it or it doesn't like doing it. It's not that much different than us. But it again is the African that said, we are the embodiment of God, us. And all that came from the necessity because we were so much weaker than the animals. We can't fight like a gorilla. We can't run like a tiger. The only thing that we can do is we can out coordinate them. We can out manipulate them. We can trick them. We can pull all kind of stunts on them. And we do it every day. But eventually we began to think that that made us better than them because we were able to mistreat them to a level where we could raise ourselves up and we literally could destroy the world. That is all a byproduct of the original civilization. And if you claim that civilization is yours, then you have to claim the fault of civilization as yours as well. And then work to solve it. Because maybe that's why black people are in all the problems we're in. Because we got to find a way to solve this problem that we caused. And it won't be solved until we solve that. But we will never solve that as long as we're in slavery to wages, in slavery to the expectations of other people, slavery of what you think of me because of my camera. Very few people in their life are ever blessed enough to even contemplate these things on their own because they don't have enough time. Because we're always working on something for somebody else. And we're not spending our time working on something for us, for me. What's going to motivate me? What do I want to think about? No, what I have to do is I got to go work for IBM and make sure I'm selling their machines. I have to sell my dreams in exchange for their pennies while their billionaires realize their dreams on a daily basis because they're sitting on a whole billion people worth of bodies and income that float up. And then we call that capitalism and don't really realize what it is the biggest monkey at the top making everybody else do the fucking work and whipping them with a chain called money. I'm telling you, I've been on this earth a long time, bro, and I cannot stop thinking. That's the problem with the African. And the African will, until you admit that there's a fundamental flaw in the way we created this system, and we created this system called God. And I'm telling you, I believe God is that system. Literally the system called good. Because I can't think of any reason why the word good and God work together so perfectly. Everything that people say is God is good. And everything that they say is not God, they say evil, which is the exact opposite of live. So it's dead. So anything's all life. I'm just telling you, man, this stuff, this very fundamental African understanding of reality, of the Dogon, and of things that are law, that's the mysteries. Those are the mysteries. What was it that the man who was not African at the time, what was it that he learned that was able to get us out and make us different than the chimpanzees or whatever else? That is the spark of Christ. It's wisdom. And that's why we still praise Christ. Christ is enlightenment. Right? It's understanding that separates us from them. But we use that enlightenment in so many different ways that harm them. Food for thought. All right, Kamal, I'm just happy and talking too much.
No, I love these intellectually stimulating conversations and pontification. But it's just, you're right. Even if you want to talk about it from a spiritual point of view, they say that the Garden of Eden, the rumor is it's in modern day Kenya, and the Ark of the Covenant, they say it's in Ethiopia. And so they say the Ethiopians it's a guarded area. No one goes in and out in Ethiopia, and it's been guarded there for centuries. So even when they try to criticize Africa with their racism, what is a common refrain among these racists, Fanon? They say, "Where are you from? Timbuktu? Ha 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 ha." Well, you know what, Fanon? Timbuktu was in modern day Mali was the world's first university. They don't teach you that. Corporate media, corporate education doesn't teach you that. And what a lot of people don't even realize when they say destroy capitalism, what we really don't even have a lot of times is capitalism. We have corporatism. where these industries get so big and so powerful, like what you described, and then the government creates laws to favor them, like you can't sue them, or we're going to restrict your ability to bring litigation, but this corporation can have 500 lawyers on retainer making $100,000. So if you're unjustly fired, you go to the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission. There's zero funding for it, and you try to go up against a corporation. The corporation has the backing of the government. So that's a form of corporatism.
Hey, watch this. I can give you a law that tells you exactly what they did. Watch this. It's called property. A human being, right? You know how they treat a company and a human being as if it's the same thing, right? A corporate is like, that's pretty much what they're treating it like. Like a corporation is a human being.
Yes, okay? Exactly.
Now, let's think this. There's something called the rule against perpetuity, and it is related to real property, which is anything connected to the land and land, which is pretty much everything that matters is called real property. There is a law, there's a theory, there's a concept called the rule against perpetuity. Perpetuity means forever, right? Like if somebody gives you a contract and they say they own you in perpetuity, that means forever, right? Yep. There's never going to be an end. So the rule against perpetuity for property is that in order for you to get the property left to you, whatever reason that they left it to you, that, or if there's, let me put it this way, if there's a contingent interest, right? So say, for example, I die and I leave my property to my daughter if she graduates from high school, right? And I died when she's 12, but she doesn't graduate, right? And no child of mine graduates for 22 years after I die, and everybody else dies because his lives are lives in the time of the creation of the interest, right? So say everybody is died that was there at the time that you said that. At that point in time, that property reverts to the government. It's kind of like the anti-squatter rule. Like a squatter can sit in your house for as long as they want. After a certain amount of time, it's their house. It's called adverse possession. That's when people say squatters' rights, what they're really talking about is adverse possession. Because white people and Europeans like to steal your shit. So they created this thing called adverse possession, which means I own your shit. If I can grab your shit, hold your shit, and you can't take it back from me. In U.S. law, that means it's your stuff. So it is illegal for you to rob somebody. Squatters' rights is an example of an accepted reason to be able to rob somebody of their property. As long as you sit there and they can't get you out, that becomes your house after a certain amount of time. The flip of it also works that you can't leave something to your great-great-great-grandkids 50 years from now. You have to, if you do that, the government gets that back. So the issue of that property, the issue with that property situation is that when a corporation is considered to be a person, guess what? The corporation never dies. And the corporation was never alive. So since it was never alive, and since it never died, but it's a person, it literally can hold its property and leave it to you 5,000 years from now. They can have a company own it, have the company literally say, we are going to dissolve all of our property. We are going to liquidate our assets. We're going to put this in this particular trust, and it goes to this person 5,000 years from now. They can do it because they're not a person. They're not dead. That's how, do you understand the effect of that? It means that these rich people can literally buy the entire company, the entire country. They can literally buy the entire country, and the country can never get it back because the company never dies. That's how they stole your country. By creating corporations being people. When there's a rule for people that you have to pass your property on to somebody quickly. But since a company never dies, that means it can, once it buys your shit, it's there forever. It's theirs forever. And they don't have to sell it. They don't have to do anything with it. Nothing. See, I'm telling you, the whole system's fucked. There's literally no way that you cannot get over in the jurisprudence system that we have, because it's not very good. Because it really and truly is substituting for nature. That's why I like Texas. Come on. Because Texas ain't gonna play. You play, they gonna shoot you.
Yeah.
They gonna play, they gonna shoot you and take your shit. And get right to the point. They got everybody else doing all of these circles and whirls and all of that stuff. Man, these guys got you coming and going in the United States, I'm telling you. And guess what else they can do? Since a corporation can be owned by a foreign corporation, literally corporations in Israel could buy everything in the United States, including the land. And because they incorporate that country, the rule of perpetuities don't apply. And they can pass that property on to them. They can just keep it there forever and just let themselves use it however they want to use it. Because every law that is written, there's a way to get around it. Because humans think they smart and they're not that goddamn smart. I'm telling you, man, it's a crazy situation, man. That's why voting, to me, I'll do it because of my wife. I'll do it to my wife. I'll do it because of my wife. And it is what it is. I kind of want Kamala to win. She's pretty.
I'll let you have that one. I don't favor her, man. I mean,
I know you don't.
I don't even like Trump either, to be honest. I don't like either one, so I'm not going to vote. But
yeah.
I just remember what California was before the Democrats had full control. When I used to live out in California, and then when they got full control, I just don't want California to nationalize and the problems that they have. And when you see things like they're passing laws to give illegals millions of dollars worth of housing credits, but then these same black Democrats are voting against reparations. And I'm like, every other group is getting benefits, but when it comes to the black people, they don't want to give us benefits. They just want to show up at our churches every 4 years, dance and sing, and then expect us to vote for them. And so I'm done with that. I remember when California was easy, when people could live in California and not be millionaires. I just can't have that nationalized.
Oh, it's going to be nationalized, dog. It was supposed to be nationalized a long time ago. I'm telling you, you should go to people that go to Howard that actually read the history book, the history coming out of Howard. Dude, they said this shit was going to happen back in like 1912 or something. There was a paper written by a Howard professor that basically said this because he went through what slavery was. He said slavery was never meant to last. Like people think chattel slavery was meant to last forever. It was not. It was a project. They just snatched your ass up and came to put you to work. And they put you to work and they sucked all the value out of the land. And once the land you couldn't produce anything out of the land anymore, they knew that the land was going to be arid and not worth shit. They knew that. Because that's why their land went shitty in Europe and they had to leave the beginning with. They knew if you'll destroy land if you do too much agriculture, which is what? Killing the land. Because you don't think the land is alive. So you cut these lines in the ground and you frack and you do all this other shit. But anyway, man, like I said, man, it's crazy, Kamal. I don't know. I just don't understand how cats believe that this system is anything what it already was when it started, man. It's never going to change because you can't get outside of what it is that created you. As long as you have really, really, really wealthy people sitting on the top of everybody else like that pyramid, bro, everybody at the bottom is going to be carrying the weight of everybody at the top. That's the system that the African designed, obviously, because they designed a pyramid where you had it sitting on top and the structure went up the top and you had the priest at the very, very top. The only thing that the capitalists did is change the religion. They changed the religion from God and changed it to money. And now they sit at the top of the pyramids and the very big buildings all over New York and steal the money from everybody else. Just like the priests and those Egyptians had all these people working together and build all that, but it was them that got all of the celebration and it was them that got bowed to and flowers thrown at their feet. Bro, it's the same thing. Human beings are very narcissistic. We believe that we're the center of the universe and and that is not just as an individual and lies relative to other individuals. As a group of people, we're self-centered. And then as just a community and a species, we're self-centered.
That's right. That's right. And what you say, there's a famous saying for what you say.
You're off. I can't hear you, bro.
Fanon, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hey, Fanon, I was going to say, you're 100% right. And there's a famous saying for what you just described. There's nothing new under the sun.
Nothing.
So whatever happened 1,000 years ago,
It's
it's
happening right
existing
now.
today in a more modern form.
Bro, let me tell you something, bro. When something is relative, it's not true. Ain't that correct? If something is
Yes.
relative, it's not true, right? Is that
Yes,
would
you're
you agree with
100%
that?
correct.
Okay, so if time and space is relative, that would mean time and space is not true. I'm telling you, what we see with our eyes based off the theory of relativity tells you that what we see is not true. See, when I believe this is what I believe that the ancient Africans meant when they said we are created in God's image. I mean, literally, I think they were being literal with that we are literally existing in the image of the original. That everything that transpires on earth has really got a celestial, but not stars like the astrologers say, like, ooh, look at Venus, ooh, look at Saturn. No. What I mean is that in the non-existent, the things that are not so hard that you can touch it, you know what I mean? Things that are much in an existence which is much more ethereal, that is the original purpose, which is why we don't see it. And we are ultimately just a reflection down the line of a much greater thing that is taking place on a much larger and much smaller levels. Because again, if time and space is relative, then so is size, big and small. So is importance relative. And everything that is relative is relative to your positioning. So since it's relative to your positioning and you're always behind the source, then the source must be somewhere else. And what we're seeing is, again, that we exist within the reflection of God. And that's why I've always said, man, I've never agreed, Kamal, with people that think the soul exists within your body. That doesn't make sense to me. I think we exist within it. And that is why the ancient Africans could discover astrology and astronomy and all whatever it is, all of those different things, because once they had an understanding of the archetype of the universe of themselves, they could have the archetype of the universe, and that means they could have the archetypes of all of the different things they want to make. But because they became creators, like Yaqub in that thing that came from the Nation of Islam, you wind up creating animals, domesticating animals, because you're a builder and you're doing all these things, but you starting to liken yourself to God instead of understanding that you're just a reflection of him. So any type of wisdom, any type of knowledge for me that I get that comes out of my mouth, man, I'm telling you, I could be sounding like an utter buffoon right now. I wouldn't know it. Because I just really, truly believe that no thought that comes from my mind, no inspiration that I've ever had, no fear that I've ever had is really originating only within myself. And so since it's not, you have to give the credit. That's why all religions say to God goes the glory. But the monarchs want the glory with them so that they can lead society, lead human beings and be a follower and domesticate human beings like the domesticated animals. But you can't really domesticate human beings. So we constantly have that internal struggle within ourselves that results in cancer. It results in madness. It results in a constant state of unhappiness because we're never really truly setting our goal, but yet our own way, but yet we're constantly told that we're free. That is oxymoron. How am I free if I know exactly what I have to do every day for the rest of my life? I know I have to get up at 8 o'clock in the morning. I've got to put out 3 videos. I need X amount of money every day. My whole shit is laid out to me till I'm dead. But yet I'm free. That is an oxymoronic situation. But that is not, but dude, trust me, that's not what that squirrel thinks. That squirrel is happy with the seasons. He's happy to know that this is the time to bury the nuts. This is the time to get out of Dodge. You know, being willing to live with the world the way that God presents it to you. Human beings don't want to do that. Human beings are always trying to create the world that they want in spite of God and trying to find a way outside of God. And again, I'm using God as a philosophy of the total theory of everything, not a white man sitting in the sky with a beard. The white man in the sky with the beard is made to make us absolutely positively ridicule the concept that the African had by flipping it on its head. And people don't really understand it. And Islam is based in it. Christianity is based in it. Those are both based in it. When I found that both Christian, that Islam does not believe that God rests within the human being. Then I'm like, okay, well, then you're down the line of David a little bit. Because remember, the line of David is Hebrew to Christian to Muslim. And the longer it goes, if you Gnostic Christians believe in the gnosis. They believe in Christ and everyone. Gnostic Christians do. And before that, people did. Anyway, it's just an interesting thing, man, being educated and reading. And I didn't learn any of this stuff in the school. But
it's really interesting. And you know what? And this is, again, how Europe undermined Africa when it goes and you get certain in corporate media.
Africa was dead. No, they just attacked Africa when it was dead. Let me tell you what Europe did. This is my opinion. Europe waited till it was dead and kicked it. They was just a bunch of pussies up there living in cages and knew full well the cats was down there. And it was only when cats went to war with Arabs and partnered with Arabs. You should listen to John Henry Clark, man, and Chancellor Williams about how when they give that speech about Africa has no allies and how every time Africans ever tried to work with anybody, they got screwed. But the reason is that they got screwed isn't their skin, it's their wealth. There's nobody on this planet as wealthy as them Africans, man. Not even close. Like, we created an entire system of oppression and monetary wealth called money and exchanges and all of this. All that stuff is designed to obfuscate and pull the wealth out of the land and float it up into a bank account so people can buy whatever they want that's made out of the land. But the fact of the matter is, the greatest wealth of people that if you had to rely on only their land to survive and not the exploitation of other people, Africa wouldn't need nobody.
Yeah.
Africa could be there for the next 10 billion years if y'all didn't fuck with them.
The country that has the most resources, and I'm going by country now, is one of the poorest. It's Congo. Democratic Republic of Congo has every resource you could need, from diamonds to the lithium that we need in these cell phone batteries, Fanon, to the computer batteries, to this bullshit, the Green New Deal, all the stuff. So you have the old resources that Congo has, and you have the new resources that fuel the new technologies that Congo has, Fanon. And what is one of the poorest countries and most undeveloped countries and in conflict countries, Fanon, in the world? Congo. The same country that is the size of Western Europe, that is vast, that has every resource that human beings could ever need. It's underpopulated because it's the size of Western Europe, populated probably by 40, 50 million people. And it's one of the poorest countries in the world. And then you see countries in the world that have no natural resources, like a Switzerland, like a Japan, like a South Korea. And they're some of the richest countries in the world. That's the paradox.
So can I argue? Can I disagree a little bit? Or clarification for definition? Clarification of definition. When I say that Africa is the wealthiest, I'm not talking about their money. I am literally talking about their resources.
No, that's what I was talking about. I was agreeing with you, and I was bringing up Congo as an example of that.
Listen. Me and you aren't the only one talking.
Okay.
So I have to explain why when I said that they're wealthiest and you said that they're poor, that we're not arguing. So some people might not understand that. See, so for the people that don't understand why he's saying they're poor and I'm saying they're wealthy and we're both saying the same thing, imagine that you own a house, and in the basement is buried $10 billion. But outside the house, you're surrounded by guns. And they say, give me that money and I will go, give me $10,000 out that bank, and I'm going to give you some donuts. But you can't get it anywhere, you can't eat. So what are you going to pay for the donut? You're going to pay $5,000 for that donut. But you still got the money, and they couldn't earn anything if they didn't get it from you. So I'm saying the wealth is in Africa. They're just surrounded with guns that don't allow them to use it. So since they're surrounded and they can't use it, other people will then charge them ridiculous amounts of money to get their wealth out. Because their wealth ain't worth nothing sitting in the ground. And they can't sell it anywhere because they're surrounded with guns. And by the way, borders for states are guns. Anywhere you see a line on a map there's a bunch of guns. Okay? Just so you know how the world works. Every country that you see where you see that line, understand, you might as well put a missile on every bit of that land because that's what separates the two. Guns. So since guns are all around their wealth, the wealth can't leave with them. Because the only way they're going to let the wealth get out is if they pay a tariff on their own stuff. Because again, they're occupied. So they're the most wealthy, but they're the poorest. Because they're doing what they did to the Osage. It's like reverse charging, right? They're not selling you stuff at ridiculous prices. What they're doing is taking your shit for next to nothing. And then they want to be the one that makes the finished product. And it's their knowledge and their wisdom manipulating your wealth that gets all the money. So you can absolutely be very, very wealthy and be poor. Likewise, when you are a black man in America, you can be very wealthy in money, but you ain't passing on no generational wealth. Because they didn't say generational money. They said generational wealth. And what is wealth? Something that never stops. Something that is always producing. And that is wisdom. And if you don't believe it, why do they keep Africans dumb and uneducated? And with their products? Because they don't want them to know how to do anything with that product. Because if they know how to do that product, they don't need the middleman. So everybody around them needs for them to stay dumb and poor. The person that negotiates the deal with them needs them to be in a situation where they can't produce anything. The person that barters, the person that goes and negotiates the deal with the person buying needs for you not to be able to do it. The person buying needs it for you not to be able to do it. In capitalism, if you are the owner of the raw material, you're gonna get fucked. Because nobody can make money off you if you do anything with that raw material. They need to create a finished product called added value, which allows them to take the money. And guess what they'll do? They will then collect, after they sell all these phones, they will buy them all back. They will take the lithium out of it. They will take the cobalt out of it, and they will put it in their little storage unit. And when they need to buy a phone, they will then remake their phone off your raw materials that they didn't pay shit for you for, that they resold to somebody else, and now they're taking that same material, recycling it, and selling it back to your ass. That's called neocolonialism, and that's what we live in. And you guys talking about you're going to make all this money in the NBA and create generational wealth, you are generational consumers. How can you create generational wealth as a generational consumer? You cannot. Consumers absorb the wealth. The rich people sell you the wealth and get their money. And they will transition it, though, into owning land, though, because they will take that money they stole from them and then take it to buy your land. But what is this? This is a monetary system. This is the market. This is market manipulation. This is civilization. This is also natural to human beings, like it's natural to chimpanzees. And that's why when you look at chimpanzees, you can see the same basic structure of society that we have with humans. The only difference is they never elevated to the level that we did in our own narcissism and connected ourselves to God. I'm telling you, man, I do not believe that man has dominion over the animals or the earth or anything like that. Anyway, bro, thanks, Kamal. I got to go.
Okay, yeah, and I'll just say in with this, but one last thing.
Yes, sir.
If you ever have the chance, anyone, to go to Egypt, I recommend it. I've been to Egypt. Go look at the hieroglyphics in the pyramids. The depiction of the people, to drive home what Fanon and I are talking about, in the pyramids are not modern Egyptians that are largely descendants of Arabs who came from the Arabian Peninsula. They are black Africans, because that's who built the pyramids. The ancient Egyptians were black Africans before they were displaced,
Of course they were.
largely.
And here's
So
something
when you keep hearing these derogatory comments about Africa, realize what Fanon and I are talking about. Realize that even in the Bible, there are very few nations that are mentioned. but Ethiopia is mentioned prominently. Ethiopia is one of the oldest civilizations in all of the world. Okay? Just remember these things. Remember, Timbuktu was the first university. Carthage was an institute, was a city that Rome valued. They won't teach you this in corporate media. They won't teach you about the difference between corporatism, where someone like Bill Gates can be in the Epstein files, but no one knows about it because they get rid of Epstein. With that, I'm out. Thank you, Fanon.
All right, brother. Get back. Come on. Thank you, man. Not Hunter Young, dude, let me tell you something, man. Fanon, that you're talking about 80 years ago. No, I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about right now, bro. Burkina Faso. I'm not. I'm talking about Western Africa, right up there by Congo, right up there by Burkina Faso. All of those, man, there were coups. There were several coups this year in Africa. Several coups in Africa this year that took place with people battling over there. Man, you still got Boko Haram. Yeah, I've read Herodotus. So what? I'm not reading no Greeks, man. That shit is old as shit. Of course I read this. Dude, what do you mean? What? Anyway, I'm leaving that alone. Bro, look. Dude, they're going to change Africa, brother, because Africa is where the next, look, man, the next great civilization is going to be in Africa. And everybody knows that it's going to be in Africa. The only question is, and that's what I'm saying, I've been on here so long, I lost my camera. The only question is, are they going to be, how long? Anyway, I got to go, bro. No, sir, I'm not. I'm talking about a specific area. I'm talking about the Congo area, Western Africa. I'm talking about Western Africa with all of that hydroelectric power, all of that stuff. But anyway, I got to get out of here. Y'all have a wonderful day. And with that, I'm out. Deuces.